Come on. Come on. Put your emojis together for Auntie Miracle B.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. How is everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? I have come today on this lovely Thursday, and I am going to go into one of my other little thingies, this rabbit hole that I've gone down, and discuss the what Munchkin? Discuss the Flint City Council. This is this is one of the most dysfunctional places, group of people I've ever seen. It is a complete farce. It is a joke, but it's also very, very comical. Let me see here. Oh, then the song I'm trying to play. So what I'm going to do is, I know a lot of people were like, well, who is who? And I don't understand. So I'm going to try to give you a little bit of background, but just keep in mind that I'm new to this as well. So let's see here. Let me see if I can just introduce to you guys the players real quick. And then I'll go and play some of the stuff. Okay, so if you're looking at the screen, this is the Flint City Council. So we're going at the top left, the little dude in the bow tie. That is Quincy Murphy. He is the representative of the 2nd Ward. I also call him Queenie Murphy, and you'll see in just a second why I call him that. The lady next to him is what's her name? It's Jerry Lewis, Clark Lewis. No, Jerry Winfrey Clark. I'm sorry, but she is an ally most of the time for Councilman Mays. Councilman Mays is, of course, the one in the middle with the red tie. The gentleman on next to Councilman Mays, that is Council Member Pfeiffer. He is one of those swing votes. He mostly votes in opposition to Mays. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. The woman to right next to him is Liddell Lewis. I also refer to her as Water Buffalo. She is rude, nasty. She has a very nasty attitude. She's a hypocrite. She is very passive aggressive. She's mean, very confrontational. She claims that she's a PhD. Whoever gave her her degree, they're willing to ask for her money back. Like, she needs a refund because she is one of the most ignorant pieces of garbage that I've ever seen. And you'll see in just a second. Going down to the first row, the lady in the red, that is Burns, Councilman Burns. She is also typically in opposition to, well, she's not in opposition to Mays. She's usually an ally of Mays, but she is the catalyst as to Mays losing his presidency. Okay, for Mays losing his council presidency. She's the catalyst because she wrote a memo to the staff attorney asking what could be done about removing him from his presidency. The attorney then responded back and then forwarded that to everybody, which was the reason why him being removed from his presidency started. But she's typically an ally of Mays and Winfrey Clark. So the lady here to her right is Allie Herkenroder. Herkenroder is a very unique politician. She's very intelligent. She's very astute, but she's also a Karen who loves to play victim. So she, on one hand, is we're going to follow these rules and we're going to go by these rules and we specify these rules, but she uses the rules in pretty much in opposition to Mays. Any of her other friends, which is the two white ladies to her right, and then Queenie Murphy and the Water Buffalo, that's the clique on the council. But I'll get to that in just a second. But she applies rules very disparately. It's not even, it is not fair. The lady to her right is Eva Worthing. She is the Karen of all Karens. She's America's Karen. She makes derogatory comments. She's argumentative with the audience. She's argumentative with the council members. She has threatened burns. There has actually been a situation where there was almost a fight to break out, and she is the one who is the person who likes to exacerbate everything, but then complains. It's like, they're point of order. They're bothering me. She says all types of stuff, and you'll see it. She is one of the worst people ever. Last but not least is Priestley. I can't remember her first. I think it's Judy Priestley on the end. She is the very vocal conservative, and she lets us know that she's a conservative. We have to know that for some reason. And she's also very nasty, rude, argumentative. And this group, Priestley, Worthing, Herkenroder, that's the three in the front, the Water Buffalo, and the Queen Murphy, they make up the clique of five, the Fabulous Five. And pretty much anything that Eric Mays wants to do or is interested in, they're going to automatically vote no. And they're going to always talk about his disruptive behavior. Yes, he's disruptive. Can't lie about that. He's disruptive. But so is Queenie. So is the Water Buffalo. And so is Eva Worthless the Karen. They're all disruptive. But when they have rulings, they rule almost instantaneously to remove and censure Mays. The rest of them, they get to run wild in the council meetings. So let's go ahead and get the party started. I'm going to take this hookers off here. Where am I at? And so these meetings run, about anywhere from 5 to 10 hours. So of course, they'll have to be broken up. Okay, here we go. All right, they got to be broken up. So here we go. So what I'm going to show you first is a part of the meeting where they gang up on Eric Mays to take his presidency. And I just want you to see the hypocrisy of this group. All right, so the players here, this is Attorney Kim. This is the city attorney. This is Eric Mays is the president of the council, so he's going to sit here, but he's taking a step off to go to the bathroom, I think. And so this is Lewis Clark. Well, this is the one of his allies here. And so this is the clerk. This is the city clerk. I think it's the deputy clerk, but I'm not sure. All right, let's go.
What is the number for that?
220155.
220155?
Yes.
Okay. So, agenda change for 22010155. The removal of Councilman Mays from president. They would like for that to be an agenda change.
Now, why this is interesting is this is they had a special affairs meeting before. Special affairs meetings should not last any longer than maybe an hour, and that's when they go over the things that are going to be proposed on the agenda for the council meeting, and then they'll go through any additional changes and stuff like that to send it over to council. So someone had put up a motion for this resolution that was on the special council agenda. Well, it died for lack of a second. So they put it in the motion and no one seconded the motion. So it died. So now one of the Fab Five, which is Queenie, is reintroducing this as a reconsideration in the council meeting, even though it died for the lack of a second.
And it was supported by Councilwoman Lewis. Yes, we have requests. Okay, well, here, you take this.
So we're at the point of requested agenda changes. Mr. Murphy, you had an agenda change dealing with the resolution from Special Affairs. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay, well, any more agenda changes? Is that where we at, Ms. Winfrey Carter, any more? Yeah, it didn't require a second or nothing.
Yeah, Winfrey Carter, yeah. My bad.
Any other suggested agenda changes? Miss. Let me look at something. Okay. Hearing none, Mr. Murphy, you got the floor as it relates to your agenda change.
I would like that at the beginning of the meeting.
That's Queenie Murphy right there. Queenie Murphy, and then the water buffalo sits right next to him. These two are so disruptive, and they talk throughout the meeting, and they talk very negatively and very rude and make rude comments. But this is the queen, and you'll see why he's a queen, okay? He needs to be on Drag Race. He is flaming. And I love my gays. I love my gays. This queen is flaming.
Yeah, but where at on the agenda, sir?
Right before any resolution.
So you want it after public speaking and before any resolutions?
I would like it before public speaking.
You want to do that before public speaking?
Yes.
Any other discussion on that agenda change? Ms. Worthen, you got the floor.
Yeah, actually, I wouldn't vote for that, to be honest.
That's Eva Worthing, or Eva Worthless is what I like to call her. And she's sitting here with the Karen hairdo because she's a Karen.
I would only vote for that.
And a school teacher. But you'll see. You'll see
If it is.
how these hoes do.
After reconsiderations? Or, no, wait. Yeah, after reconsiderations or resolutions, either one.
Any more discussion on that agenda change? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'm just trying to understand. And maybe I don't know. Can you bring a resolution in from special affairs into council like that through an agenda change?
You shouldn't be able to.
Madam Chair, if you ask me, this council is voting the majority to do what they want to. I've listened to this meeting. I've seen motions and discrimination and all kind of different things. I don't know what this council will do. I know what you're getting at. I know what you're saying. But, the majority of this council, it reminds me of that commercial used to come on, Girls Gone Wild. This is a council and a staff, to me, gone wild. We'll see what they do.
Okay, so with that and with what I'm thinking, I'm not going to support this agenda change, nor will I support an agenda change to be before public speaking, because the public is the reason that we're sitting here in these seats. And I think that they should have their opportunity to speak to the council during public speaking without anything coming before that. And that's why we have that so high on the agenda, because the public need to address the council before we get into our resolutions. There may be a resolution that they may want to talk about or discuss. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody else?
Mr. President.
Ms. Burns, you got the floor.
I will not be supporting moving that before public speaking. Our public speakers have.
Burns is the one who is the catalyst for this whole removal thing. It was an unintended consequence, I believe. But she and Winfrey Clark, those are the two that are typically aligned with Mays. Her with the glasses and the last lady that spoke.
Have been here, the public, and I want to respect their time. We can deal with that other issue on down the agenda, please. But I want to make sure we hear public speakers, the public, so we can have their input, if there is any input.
Anybody else?
Mr. President.
Mr. Piper, you got the floor.
Yeah, I understand that what the majority of this body wants to do, but I will not support putting it before the city business, period. We got a lot of resolutions. If we want to stay until 3, 4 in the morning to handle that, let's do it.
So Pfeiffer is the one that likes to play, mediating, moderator, logical one. But mostly he just sits on the sidelines and votes along with the Fab Five. So sometimes you'll hear them talk about the Fab Five or 5 or 6. He's usually one of the 6. Unless it's something really super outrageous, he will more than likely vote with the Fab Five.
But let's handle the business first. Let's not lose the participation from the administration and or members of this body if they decide to leave or have work tomorrow. So I will not be supporting that agenda change. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, you've got the floor.
I would like to make an amended motion
Here's water buffalo.
to place resolution. 1 second. To place resolution 220155, removal of Councilman Eric Mays, City Council President, to after council response.
There's a motion been made. Is there a second?
Mr. President.
Yeah, Ms. Herkenroder.
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded.
That's Herkenroder. You can tell by her tone, she's extremely dismissive. She's one of those people that says the right things. She sounds like she's nice and friendly and open, and she just says she knows the right things to say. She's very, very articulate, very intelligent, and you can tell when she talks. Very articulate. But then she has this tone that is very dismissive and condescending and rude. But the thing is, she did step down about July of this year from the stress. And I think that she stepped down because she was not liking the person that she was becoming. And it was obvious that she was. She didn't like that reflection in the mirror, so she had to take a step back.
Discussion on the amended motion. Any discussion on the amended motion?
Mr.
Ms.
President.
Winfrey Carter, you got the floor.
I'll say it again. I will not be supporting the motion, period. The amended motion, no motion. I will not be supporting it
She said,
because,
"Fuck
again,
this."
I'm not quite sure that we can bring this from Special Affairs as a agenda amendment. I'm just not quite sure about that. So I will not be supporting it, period. I just want to make that clear.
Anybody else?
Mr. President,
Ms. Worthing, you got the floor.
I think I can make one more substitute motion.
Two amendments is always in order if you choose to make one. That's up to you. You've got the floor.
And I would make that second one for this to happen after resolutions.
There's amended motion on the floor to now place it after resolutions. Is there a second?
A second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on that amendment? Any discussion on that amendment?
Mr. President,
Ms. Lewis, you've got the floor.
The water buffalo.
thank you so much. So keeping in mind what Councilperson Winfrey Carter said, and also Councilwoman Burns, I definitely understand why we should not put it before public speaking, because just as you all know, I'm in full agreement that we need to hear from our constituents, that they may have some important feedback. So your voices are definitely first. So thank you so much for stating that. And so as we continue to move on, it sounds like that it makes sense.
I can assure you that Water Buffalo does not give a rat's ass about what the people say, what in the residents say. She has cursed out a pastor in her capacity as a chair. She's one of those people that radiates negative energy. Like you don't want to be oh, excuse me. You don't want to be anywhere around her because she oozes dark, negative, nasty energy. And if you're a person like me, I'm a Cancer, and I have slightly, empathic. I'm one of those people that can kind of feel the room. Like I know when something is off because I can just feel it. That's why I don't like, going to funerals and stuff like that, because I can feel people's grief. I can feel it, and it physically affects me. She's one of those people, I can feel her negativity through the computer. Looking at her, I can feel it. She's one of those people, just a dark entity.
And to put it right at that space so we can get the city's business done. Thank you so much.
Any other discussion from anybody on that second amended motion?
Yes.
And Mr. Murphy, you got the floor.
So here's what Councilman Murphy is at. Regardless of whether people believe it should be here or not, the resolution was in Special Affairs. It died from the lack of second.
Yeah.
When we tried to suspend the rules, one of our colleagues left out, so we wasn't able to get the 6 votes, not knowing whether she was gonna vote for it or against it. So
Please.
we got 5 votes. So
Point of information. Mr. Murphy, are you a sponsor of the resolution?
So, listen, if I have the floor to speak, I will appreciate to be allowed the opportunity to speak without you cutting me off on your inquiries of whether whoever, when you get your opportunity to speak, you can ask those questions. Until then, in the meantime, in between time, please, as the chair, allow me the opportunity to share, use my platform and my 5 minutes to speak on whatever I want to speak on without being cut off by pointing information.
You see this? You see how he is? Now you see why I call him Queenie. You see, yes, he is a queen, and he is a bitchy queen. I like nice, or I like, fun bitchy queens, not this type of bitter bitchy queen. This is just, just, And, and then he got the nerve. When you listen to him talk, you will notice very quickly, very early on, that he is not the brightest bulb in the box. He definitely does have a what is it? A speech impediment, I think. And what exacerbates that speech impediment is he has a missing front tooth.
If you want to know that, you can do a referral to the administration, to the law department, or whoever, to the clerk, and find out who drafted the resolution instead of asking me. Again, this resolution was on here to remove our council president as the president, which I totally support. As you guys know, since we've been on this board, we have been attacked in all kind of ways, from the point of some of our colleagues wanting to put a resolution to take some of our colleagues' pay, or even mine, because I got up out of a meeting and walked out. It probably won't be my last time if I don't feel comfortable being in a hostile environment, or our colleagues having to go and take care of business, or may got some emergencies. You don't know what our councilman wasn't here for.
So what he's referencing is what's her name? Worthless. Eva Worthless is one of those who loves to come to council meetings and leaves, or she doesn't show up at all. So if you don't have at least 6 people, I believe, you don't have a quorum, or 6 or 7. But sometimes they don't have enough for a quorum. And so, Eric Mays was going on his numerous tirades about people need to be here and be in attendance. And, maybe people don't need to have their full pay if they're not going to show up to their job and do what they're supposed to do. So, of course, Worthless is in the clique with the Water Buffalo, Queenie, Herkenroder, and Priestley. They're in the clique, so they have to protect each other. It's very tribal. And so that's what he's, shaking his head and waving his fingers and, blazing up the screen. That's what he's referencing. That's what he's referring to.
You don't know. They have obligate. We are elected,
right?
And to have a resolution on here, and yeah, we already know who ain't go support this resolution if it come by. It's clear. The line has been drawn to who go vote for what and who go vote for one. I mean, it's some probably undecided votes on here, but I'm ready to move on because this public want us to come down here and get the business done, and we have been retaliated on because our vote and because of this resolution. I bet y'all 9 times out of 10 from now on, moving on, because this resolution is on the agenda, you're going to see some retaliation going on with this council as long as this man is the president of city council. And I want to get this business done and move this city forward. And we cannot move this city forward as long as we got that man up there as the council president. I'm done.
Anybody else? If I hear none, then I'll speak on this first round. Anybody else in this first round?
Now, when he speaks, you're going to see why they don't like him.
Let me say this. Mr. Murphy, the evidence will show he done talked about me like a dog. He been here 4-5 months, and I done heard him repeatedly and can show it to you on tape. Tell him about I'm unfit, I'm a disgrace. Just done dog me out. The minute you say something about them to defend yourself, people are in an uproar. It doesn't matter if I'm the president or not. I'm an elected official, and I have a freedom of speech to defend myself and the people I represent, and I'll do it just fine. This ain't the first council body or group that then came at me. Very discriminatory treatment, what you witnessed if you seen the meeting today when I was ruled out of order for going 30 seconds over, they said. I know the charter. On page 1 of the charter is a Declaration of Rights. This city has
the charter they're referencing is like their council rules and how the inner workings of the council the inner workings of the council. So how each person relates to one another. That's the charter that they actually have a council kind of group that wrote it, and Goofball Queenie was part of that group that wrote the charter. But they don't follow none of the rules in the charter.
Affirmative duty to secure the equal protection of the law for each person and to ensure equality of opportunity and social equity for all persons.
I know that you can't see everybody, but Eric Mays typically sits here. That's the water buffalo. That's Queenie. And that's Priestley here. That's Herkenroder, the attorney, Kim, the court clerk, and there is Lewis, Winfrey Clark here, and this is Burns.
Listen to this.
Burns, Pfeiffer, and Worthless.
No person shall be denied the enjoyment of civil or political rights, or be discriminated against in the exercise thereof. And I can go on further. It's truly a different treatment in violation of the charter.
It is. I agree.
I'm here to tell you, I've been criticized for following the rules, asking people be removed. Some of them had to be removed by the police, and they're sitting here now. I've seen people get up, leave tons of business on the table, breaking quorums, habitual absenteeism, and they only been here for 5 months.
Worthless. Oh.
If that. I've also...
That's Lewis who does that. Oh, and by the way, she doesn't live in Flint, actually. She resides in Maryland, in Baltimore. And she travels back and forth. So she shouldn't even be sitting up here.
Seen this council vote to follow the rules and keep a person out, particularly Miss Worthing and Miss Liddell Lewis, but I get the blame for enforcing the rules.
So look,
what I've experienced today in front of you all that's here and others is a total different treatment.
True.
I don't want to hear nobody whining when I attempt to enforce the rules, but I want the public to watch and see if they uphold them.
They will not.
I've been on a council where 5 people are role council people. They just vote on their feelings and thoughts, nothing to do with the letter of the law. I'm used to it. This is the 3rd council and the 3rd mayor's administration I've served under. In my opinion, you know when all hell broke loose? When I filed them petitions to run for mayor.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And
he was running for mayor. So it was an active political season. And so Mays thought that they were retaliating against him because they favored the current mayor, Weaver or Neely. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know who's who in Flint, Michigan.
I can tell you who on this council supports who and who's doing the work for who. Can prove it. And that's relevant in a political arena. Attorney Kim is up for appointment. He called me. I don't doubt that he done called him. When you're trying to get appointed to city attorney, you'll do whatever it takes in some cases, whether you give the truth, half legal advice, good legal advice, because you want their vote. Now, I don't bite my tongue. Do you think I'm going to go home crying, losing sleep as to whether or not this group decide who's going to be the president? Do you know the charter says the term of president is for 1 year? For those who really understand law in the charter, in my opinion, in order to change the charter, it takes a vote of the people. If they want to change the charter language of a 1 year term for council president, you don't want to ask this city attorney, but you ask most city attorneys and most legal people, you better change the charter. Now, the charter says you can punish its members, but guess what? You might not can punish them with that because the charter speaks on it. Censure. They already punished me for the meeting they talking about. It was a censure. Oh, this is double jeopardy. Look, it is probably to me double jeopardy. That's why I asked them strategically, draw up the resolution for attendance. I want to reach back on all of them and see if they're going to punish themselves for that chronic absenteeism. But it's a council rule. It's in the charter, absenteeism. Certain folks want to pick and choose what language of the charter they use. You hear that bell? Anybody else want to speak in the first round?
Mr. President.
Ms. Burns, you got the floor.
Thank you, sir.
Point of order. Normally, we'd be in the second round because I speak last and people want to hold me to it. This is your first speaking in the second round. Is that fair with you?
That's not fair, sir, because...
Okay, then go to the first round. But when I call for any speakers and then I say, if hearing none, I'm going to speak. I don't want to hear people hollering about, you speak last, you should wait. Go ahead in your first round, Ms. Burns.
You did not do that, so let me be clear.
Point of information.
What is your point of information?
Are you sure I didn't ask with anybody?
Yep, I'm sure.
Before I spoke?
I'm sure, sir.
Okay, proceed.
And that's fine because I know you want to get your opinions out and across. But I do want to, to say and we're dealing with this, resolution that we received on Friday evening, and where to put it on the agenda. This is not political, and that needs to stop. It has nothing to do with who's supporting who. That's a lie, a blatant lie. No one's doing, Tanya Burns is not doing the work for anybody. Let me be clear on that. I'm not doing the work for anybody else. But
point of information. Are you calling me a liar?
I'm going to finish what I'm saying. I am doing the work that is required, that my residents in the 6th Ward, be it no matter what color they are, black or white, and what is the right thing to do according to the council rules, the city charter. And when it doesn't speak to that, it goes back to Robert's rules. So I think that we can all read, and I think it's fair that we need to don't admonish us by saying, you've been here 3 or 4 months. That's not fair for us to move on. It's not fair. This resolution, people don't know how I'm going to vote. They simply don't know. But what I did vote for was for you to be president of this council, to have leadership qualities and to express leadership qualities every day that we come here to move the business of the city forward.
So Eric Mays has been on the council for like 9-10 years. All of these people except for Worthless are in their first term. Worthless is in her second term. So she has a little bit more experience than everybody else. But Pfeiffer, Lord, these names. Pfeiffer, Burns, Winfrey Clark's in her second term, I think. But Priestley, Queenie, or Beastly. Yeah, I call Priestley Beastly. So Beastly, Queenie, and Water Buffalo, they're on their first. Pfeiffer, Beastly, and Herkenroder, they're on their first term. But they think they know everything. And, I think it's sort of like, when I was an undergrad and, I thought, going to school that made you more intelligent, I guess, than people who didn't go to school. I didn't learn until older, I got older, that your education level doesn't make you smart or stupid. Whether you're educated or not, you still can still be smart. You just didn't either have the opportunities to go, or you wanted to do something else, like a trade, do hair, or something like that. And so I had to learn as I got older that your education is not the same as your intellect. This group here believes that their education runs parallel to intellect, and that is not the case. And so because a person is not as well spoken or as educated as the other, then they tend to look down on them and treat them differently. They should know better, especially if you are a public servant, especially if you are representing people. You're supposed to represent everybody, be educated to the most ignorant person ever. If they're part of your district, you should be working for them. And one of the things that I had to learn growing, through my career is meeting people where they are. And I talk differently to a person, at the job, or that is more educated, so to speak, that knows a specific subject matter better than I would speak to just any person, out in the street. Because, when you start over talking people, or you start using big words because you can, it seems to look like you're being disingenuous, that you're being fake, and that you're, looking down on them. So you meet people where they are. This council hasn't learned that. And so that's a good part of why there is friction. And there's a general lack of respect on all sides. They're all disrespectful. They're all trash.
That is what I voted for. I'm not working for anybody else. I'm not running for anything, not including dog catcher if I had all the dogs. I'm not interested in that. And I'm sorry, Mr. Freeman, that you are here with your staff and we are held up on this. I'm sorry for that. I didn't know it would have been on this agenda. I did not know, because I knew once I saw it, it would be held up. And we have got real city business to take care of, which is the land bank, leveraging the $16 million, another $29 million. And that's not being done because we are dealing with behavioral issues. I want to do the business. I want to do the business, and it has to be respectful. The job of the chairperson is to facilitate the meeting and to keep it moving, and to respect and keep decorum, civility, to respect your colleagues. You cannot teach me something if you are doing it wrong. You cannot. And to know just enough information to be damaging to the process is dangerous.
So this is a situation that I call, dealing with the devil you know. She already knows that Eric Mays is loud. He is pushy. He is preachy. He goes around in circles to make his point. Yeah, he's right majority of the time, but he has to take digs out on people as he's talking about things, and he can attack people. He's not arguing ideas, he's arguing personality. And he's abrasive because he's almost 70. He's like 65. So people are the way that they are. He reminds me of, talking to your grandmother, especially you from the South, your grandmother or your grandfather or one of your uncles. They act like this, and you just let it ride, because you can't argue with nobody like this. They're going to tell you and go into story after story after story and tell you why you're wrong, why the young people are wrong, why they were right, why they will always be right, and you need to accept it. So this is the devil that you know. She did not think about the devil she didn't know. And we'll get to the devil she didn't know in a minute.
You're not giving all the information and giving the people here who were elected, just like you were, sir. We're all elected. Show us the same respect that we have given you week after week, even though you have called me out and you have mentioned things to me that you were wrong about. And let me correct you. I wasn't fired. I was laid off. But I spoke for truth, and I spoke up for truth about you because the first ward didn't have any representation. And I spoke up about it every single day. So if that got me fired every day for speaking up for the residents in the first ward and I live in the 6th ward, I'd do it again. Because I did what was right, because integrity and character counts. And it's time that we start seeing that every day that we come in these council chambers. Now, this should not be on this agenda at this time to take care of the city business, and it's real business to take care of. This is ridiculous and it's incredulous that at this time, this is what we're dealing with. So wherever it falls at on the agenda, and I hate to say it, he has not been given his due process. He will whip everybody with the rules because he has studied them. And that's going to happen. It's going to happen. I want to move the business of the city forward. I don't care where this is put at agenda. If we have to suspend the rules, it's going to be talked about because there are members who want to have it done. I was not made aware of it until like 11:30. I saw it on the agenda. 5:36, it showed up on our agenda on the Friday night. So there's no conspiracy and there's no one coming together to get rid of him. Tanya Burns isn't. But what I do want is for the president of our council to have presidential behavior every day, that he is gracing us with his presence. That I want. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else want to speak in the second round? I'm accused of not saying it for the first round. I think I did. Anybody else want to be in the first round before I go to the second round? I thought I was already through with the first round. And I was told differently what my brain tell me.
See what I'm saying?
I thought I asked. Mr. Murphy, you spoke in the first round. Unless my brain is wrong. Beg your pardon?
Point of information.
What's your point?
Didn't you just say in the second round?
I just let Ms. Burns speak in the first round after I spoke, Mr. Murphy. Ms. Priestley came. If I open it up for her, I'm going to open it up for anybody. Then I'll go to the second round. I think that's what my decision is fair. Y'all can appeal any decision I make, and we can deal with that. If hearing none, I've spoken once. Ms. Burns spoke after me. Is there anybody want to speak in the second round?
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Murphy, you got
so
the
floor. Let me...
Come on, Queenie.
I don't know what the optic look with my colleagues on what y'all see on with this council president that y'all chose.
Lord.
But what I'm saying to y'all is the more we continue to sit here up under this type of leadership that some of y'all chose to vote for, we're going to continue to see this city go in a wrong trajectory. I keep saying it, and I'm gonna say it again. Until we remove him as our president of this city council, this city will be held hostage until y'all have in the political will to do all things necessary to remove this man as y'all president. I said, and I'm gonna keep on saying it, and I ain't gonna bite my tongue, that it was a bad decision in November when y'all voted him as president, and it's a bad decision now. Now he talking about taking one council person is talking about taking y'all pay or putting a resolution together to take some of y'all pay because y'all was not here because y'all had other obligations that didn't allow y'all to be at this.
That's irrelevant.
Not only did this council, is one council person talking about taking some of y'all pay. Let me remind y'all, if an audience member get out of order or say something one time, he calling the police on them. And if anybody know in this city, this country, the police brutality, to call the police on people, and if somebody getting up to leave, to have the police escorting them out when they already leaving, all that police car, that is abuse of power as the president.
Now, I want you to remember that Queenie said that. that call the police and abuse of power and people are getting shot, messing with black people and da 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 da. I want you to remember this, okay? This was on April 11th, 2022. I want you to remember he said this now.
And I'm going to say it, and I don't care who don't like it. Until we move this president as the president of our president city council, this city will never move forward. Investors who want to invest in the city of Flint do not want to come here because of this hostile environment. Some of us, and Quincy ain't go change who I ain't letting nobody talk to me no any kind of way. So I don't care which one of my colleagues don't like it. Deal with it. I am not letting this man talk to me any kind of way. And he not only talked to me the wrong way, he have abused other people, the staff, some of you guys that don't vote his way, the public. I'm telling you, he don't discriminate. Who calling people white women? That's wrong. I have white people.
Okay, she called them white women. Aren't they white? What's wrong with him calling them white if they white? He didn't call them a white bitch. He said white. What's the problem? What the problem is?
That live in my world who I represent. And I don't want to sit up here and support a council president calling people out by their name, white women. They are council women. Okay. They are human beings.
Okay. They are white council member human beings. Women, white women. What's the debate on? I don't know.
It's wrong. And y'all wrong for supporting it. A whole bunch of his enablers. That's what I'm going to call y'all. Enablers. Y'all enabling him to do what he doing. And I don't care what y'all got to say. I'm sick and tired of this. I'm sick and tired of coming down here every day and we got to deal with this. This is not how we was elected to come down here and deal with this hostile environment. It's pitiful. And some of y'all ought to be ashamed of yourself.
You need to be ashamed.
I'm done.
Anybody else want to speak in this second round?
Mr. President?
Mr. Piper, you've got the floor.
I call the question.
All right. That's all I wanted you to see on this episode. Again, this is a 10-hour long meeting, the special affairs and the council meeting. But basically, they all ganged up on him to get him removed. So maybe I'll come back and revisit and do a commentary over the whole one. But I want to get to the next council meeting, which is what I find to be very interesting. So let me get this together here. Okay. All right. So this is after Mays has been removed. So the council chambers is being updated and they were in another building. And so you can't really see it that well, but the council is up there. Water Buffalo is chair of the special affairs meeting. There's Mays right there. So they're waiting for a quorum. And so I want you to see this group of people who were so concerned with the rules and administering the rules fairly and respect and decorum. I want you to see how they act. Like a pack of wild hyenas is how they act. Hold on.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Turkenroder? Present. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing?
Present.
You have 9 members present.
We have 9 members present. For requests for changes and or additions to the agenda, is there a motion to vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda change?
So moved.
All right, so
Wait a
they have
minute. What's
been
happening
Beg
here?
your pardon.
Hold on. Okay, there we go.
ordered by Ms. Priestley.
Oh, it's weird.
Point of order. What's going on here?
We are voting, so we can vote in sequence for any proposed agenda change.
Let me just go in and say that this new council added a whole bunch of rules that are overly complicated that they don't even know or understand themselves. They didn't even understand the rules they had before. So they can come up with all of these different new rules in order to stifle conversation and debate. For those of you who wonder, about gerrymandering, this is actually what a gerrymander looks like. You're about to see why places like this, or places like Birmingham, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Iowa, come up with some of the most ridiculous things, like voting that Sharia law will not be the law of the land. That really has happened in Alabama. That we had to vote that Sharia law would not be the state's religion or some nonsense like that. But this is an example of gerrymandering, okay? On a smaller scale, but this is a good analogy to gerrymandering.
We don't need a vote. There's no proposed agenda change.
We haven't got to that part, Mr. Mays.
Yes, we are. The agenda says requests for changes or additions to the agenda. You have to ask, is there any, before you can entertain a motion.
So,
What we vote on.
moving on.
We can't vote on the air.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
See how dismissive she is? That's Water Buffalo, Lewis.
So is there a second?
Point of order. We don't need, is no agenda changes being proposed. You can't call for a vote in a second on agenda changes and it ain't been none proposed. I think Ms. Burns got one, but y'all ahead of yourself, ain't you?
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Your point of order is denied. So moving forward, is there a
I
second?
appeal the ruling of the chair.
One more quick thing. I'm gonna quit interrupting, I promise. The reason why so many people here now is because Eric Mace has gone viral on social media. He's gone viral on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. I found out about him on Instagram. Okay, so he's gone viral. These people here came at his request because they're talking about ARPA funds. That is funds that relates back to the Flint water crisis, and they're supposed to be using it to take care of, blight, fixing roads, other things like that. Demolition of houses and stuff. So they're here to talk about that. That's why all these people are here. And so instead of them acting like adults, we go into kitty corner. But let's continue. I'm gonna be quiet.
And I'll second his appeal while you looking at me.
Oh, hold on.
So Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Hold on.
And I'll second his appeal.
Point of order is denied. So moving forward, is there a
I
second?
appeal the ruling of the chair.
And I'll second his appeal while you looking at me.
That was Winfrey Clark. That's the one who typically votes in alignment with Mays.
So Ms. Winfrey Carter, that's a warning. We don't need that kind. Again, that is a warning.
And I second her appeal.
So when they do that, they appeal the ruling of the chair. That means they have to stop what they're doing in the agenda or wherever they're talking about, and they have to discuss the appeal. And so they'll have discussion, and you'll have people go around and talk. They have 5 minutes to discuss the appeal, why it should be, shouldn't be, and you'll be able to tell who's aligned with who based upon the comments.
Can't do that in the middle of an appeal.
We're all warning, it's a point of order. Whenever the chair rules, our rules say that an appeal of the ruling of the chair is immediate. So if you come back to it later, we don't agree on that warning, but we appealing it immediately. What order you take it in, we just have a duty to appeal your rulings immediately. So we can come back to it. But my point of order is it's going to be dealt with that you warned her. Because after 2 warnings, you trying to throw people out.
Okay, so we're going to go with the first appeal, which was put on the floor by Eric Mays and seconded by Jennifer Carter, about the request for changes to the addition to the agenda. So it's at the chair's prerogative to set the precedent so we can get started, so we can have the changes to the agenda. So go ahead.
As you can tell by the way she's talking, you can tell she does not know what she's talking about, and she is just making up shit as she goes along.
Get from the maker of the appeal. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did appeal that because the agenda says roll call. And then after roll call, the agenda says request for changes or additions to the agenda. Now, I've been sitting here for 10 years, close to 10 years. You've been here just a minute. And so have others who might vote with you. Because y'all got a pattern of, regardless of what the rules say, in a group of 5 or 6, y'all just vote to break the rules.
They do.
We know for years, and through you, Madam Chair, to Davina.
And if you notice, this is Kim, that's Water Buffalo, that's the court clerk. This Water Buffalo, don't listen. She's talking to her or him, or looking around, but she does not listen to a word that he says.
If they've changed these rules in the last 2, 3, 4 weeks, I want you to read it. Because from what I know, when we get to the agenda that say changes or requests to the agenda, you ask, is there any? And then the members says, I have a change. Once the change is made or asked for, then and only then do you put a motion on the floor to insert the change into the agenda. Right now, the way y'all trying to do it, or you, a motion made for agenda change, the motion made in second. What the motion on? It ain't been no proposed agenda changes. It's already on the agenda. You don't need a motion to follow the agenda. After requesting additions for the agenda, you go to public speaking. You don't say, I'd like to entertain a motion for public speaking. It's already on the agenda. Amen. Right now, we should be saying what our agenda changes is, if any. If there's no proposed agenda changes, then we move on to public speaking. What is the motion on? Roll call. Requesting changes for an agenda. May I entertain a motion for requesting changes? Ain't none. It might be some and it might not. Only once they made do we vote on them. I'll be voting yes to overturn the ruling of the chair that you need a motion before any proposed agenda changes. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Winfrey Carter.
I supported Councilman Mays' appeal because I don't understand why we had a motion on the floor and you've asked for a second. We did roll call. The next item on the agenda is request for changes and or additions to the agenda. I did not hear you ask if there were requests for changes and or additions to the agenda. So I'm not understanding why we are on a motion and you're asking for a second. So I will be voting yes to overturn your ruling, unless there's something in the rules that say that you can just not follow the agenda. And I doubt if it is.
It won't matter.
Thank you.
They'll still do it.
Anyone else like to speak on the appeal?
Madam Chair.
I want you to hear the tone in her voice. Anyone else that speak on the appeal? It's very passive aggressive. Does anybody want to speak on the appeal? It's very passive aggressive. It's very what's what I'm looking for? It's condescending, basically. Because I've done it a lot. And it's a like, I don't give a shit what you talking about. Does anybody else want to speak on the appeal? You know, I'm just faking it. I don't care what you got to say. I want you to say what you need to say and shut up so we can get on. That's the tone of her voice. And baby, you ain't smart though. I mean, at least when I did it and have done it, I at least knew what the hell I was talking about.
Here.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I support what Councilman Mays and Councilwoman Winfrey Carter. We have an agenda. We need to follow it. This is not a good way to start off. We need to be careful of the energy that is in the room with some things that have been said beforehand. We still have a job to do, which is do the business, and then allow each of our colleagues to have their say. Starting this off with the warning and then to shut down is not a good way to start. We have a very long meeting. And starting out this way makes people tend to be very apprehensive. So we need to be careful. The agenda states roll call. The next item is requests for changes and or additions to the agenda. So I will be supporting with Councilman Mays and Councilwoman Winfrey Carter. We need to follow our agenda.
This isn't complicated. You have an agenda for the purpose of mapping out what you're going to do, and you follow the agenda. This is not complicated, but of course, they are going to make it complicated.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing.
Ms. Worthing, that's her, the Karen, and she's been over there on her phone the entire time. Anytime she speaks, then she'll look up, and after that, she's on her phone.
Point of information to the chair. What was the motion that was made? I didn't even hear it.
So the motion was to, excuse me, it was to vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda change.
Okay, seems legit. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Point of order.
I didn't hear
Madam
what
Chair.
you said.
Point of order.
Oh.
You didn't really catch that. She did a point or request for information. A point or request for information is directed to somebody who had the floor. She had the floor. She allowed you to communicate and argue a certain way because she did an unlawful point of information, a request for information. You didn't catch it. I did. And so you should have warned her and told her that was improper if you gonna jump the gun and warn Miss Winfrey Carter. So my point of order, you can rule on it, but that was an unlawful point of request for information from you. You didn't have the floor.
Point of order denied, Ms. Worthing.
You see?
Thank you. So moving on, anyone else?
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Hey, what's your request?
What did you say that the motion on the floor was?
The motion on the floor is to vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda change.
That makes no sense.
So with that being said, is there anyone else that would like, go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Here come Queenie.
Yeah, first, I don't know what happened today while we started so late, but I would love for us to be able to start on time if we can. I think the time that we did start was a little way later than we should have started at 4:30.
Well, your buddy
First,
didn't,
the second,
wasn't there.
Piece is on this request after the roll call. It said request for changes and or additions to agenda. So I thought it was my assumption that the colleagues will go and ask, be like, okay, I want to add this on the agenda. I didn't know it came by a motion on the floor to do it request for agenda change.
It's some shit y'all
What
made
I thought
up.
happened was you do individuals be like, okay, I would like to request this agenda change, and then we go and vote on the agenda changes
Yeah.
individually.
Uh-huh.
So Pfeiffer may have a request for change. Councilman Mays may have a request for change. I may have a request for change or add onto the agenda. And then we vote on them individually.
Uh-huh.
I'm not familiar with the motion first to do a request for a change. So that was new.
Even Quincy knows this is wrong.
Around and when you do requests for changes in addition to the agenda, then individually go around and be like, okay, here.
Yeah, we got it. We got it.
That's it. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
So my motion was to vote immediately in order on any proposed agenda changes. It's not proposing an agenda change. It's just that each individual agenda change be voted on in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. Anyone else would like to speak during this appeal? Seeing none, I will go last.
Here she go.
I asked to entertain sequence. Ms. Priestley said, so moved. That was the motion. And then I asked for a second. And so I would also like to state for the record that excuse me.
Yeah, choke on them lies.
I would also like to state that I asked for the proposed agenda change.
Huh?
For us to vote on it. So I asked for a motion to vote immediately on agenda changes that might be proposed. I'm gonna say it again. I asked for a motion to vote immediately on any agenda changes that may be proposed. That's all I did. So we can go down in order per the agenda items that we have that wants to be changed. Nothing more, nothing less.
That makes
just
no
so we
sense.
have order and sequence. So it's not taking away anyone's voice. It's making sure that we vote in order as the agenda changes are made. And that was what the motion was for.
Why in the world would you need a motion for that? Why can't you just vote in order? I'm not.
Ms. Priestley, Ms. Priestley seconded me first. She put on the floor.
Come on.
And then I was about to get a second. And that's where we was before we got called out for
making
the
up
appeal.
shit. Yeah, making up shit.
So again, just want to stress
yes,
that this is not taking away the agenda change. This is not eliminating the agenda change. This right here is simply I asked for a motion for agenda change in sequence. Ms. Priestley said so moved, and that was the motion.
Okay.
And the motion was put forth so we can vote in order, in sequence for our agenda changes. So with that being said,
there she go. That being
yes
said,
vote will reverse the ruling of the chair, and a no vote will uphold the ruling of the chair.
You gotta reverse that.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I'm going to abstain because I don't know why this is even a topic right now.
So this is when he is being the moderate, the logical one. However, he doesn't say this is wrong. He doesn't take a stand and say this is wrong. It's, well, I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to abstain. That's what I don't like about Pfeiffer.
Ms. Worthing.
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. The ruling of the chair stands.
No,
So, all right, so we're on to for the warning of Jerry Winfrey Carter. And so when she called for a second for the appeal, she made a derogatory and intimidating remark on, "Are you looking at me?"
Now, that's bad. If the chamber bursts out into laughter at what you just said, that should be an indication to you, Water Buffalo, that it ain't going the way that you want it to go, that you look stupid, Water Buffalo. You should know that if they laugh at you, hold on.
Derogatory and intimidating remark on, are you looking at me?
Y'all remember Carrie? The mom told Carrie, they're all gonna laugh at you. They're all gonna laugh at you. They're all gonna laugh at you. That's what she should be hearing in her head right now.
So with that being said, because that goes against
Point
the
of order.
form. So
Point of order. Madam Chair, can you please remind the audience that they are not to shout out during a meeting? And it's a disorderly conduct if they do so.
Thank you.
Look at worthless.
Thank you. And so, officers, could you please be on alert? Madam Clerk,
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
What's your
Point of
point?
order.
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
Let me say this, Madam Chair. I'm saying it to you and Ms. Worthy. And I'm going to say it to the audience. I want y'all to be here as long as me. And I don't want to see an uproar that's instigated by you and Ms. Worthen and nobody else. When we get halfway through the meeting, I don't care what they say and do. But for right now, my point of order is through you to the audience. Let's get through the first part of this meeting because you can already see us starting out with some mess. I want y'all here to witness that, and I don't want her and Word and them playing a game with them police because there's too many of us here for that
Madam
mess.
Chair.
Let's just watch. Let's just watch it.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays is addressing the audience and not council.
Yeah.
Say what?
Yeah, Mr. Mays. So let's please stay.
That was Beastly who said, Mr. Mays is addressing the audience and not council. That was Beastly.
Germaine to council.
Point of order.
So here we.
When it comes to the people I represent and the people who I know in Flint, Jermaine, Tito, Jackie, Marlon, I'm gonna talk to them. I ain't studying what you and Priestley talking about.
So we're going to start with the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection, because this is in effect for council members.
Point of order.
What is your point?
We're on an appeal for the first warning. You can do that afterwards. We're on an appeal of you warning Miss Winfrey Carter, not deviating from that for you to read something to some grown folks.
Okay, so as the chair chairs the meeting, it is important for us to interject the reading of the disorderly person subsection right here.
Point of order. It's usually on the agenda. What's important right now is the appeal. That's the order of business. That's where we at. Not for you to play big shot with the audience.
See how grossly unintelligent she is, how ignorant she is? This is about her ego. And so we're having a pissing contest because we have the group that's in power, the Fab Five, or six sometimes, versus Mays, Burns, and Winfrey Carter.
We're on an appeal.
Well, I will read it right after the appeal.
See how you go?
I stated the reason for the warning, which was the point of decorum. So I will go ahead and move to the body. So anyone would like to speak on the appeal?
I want to speak, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
So I did second Councilman Mays' appeal. And while I was seconding his appeal, you were looking at me. So I said, I second his appeal while you're looking at me. So I don't even understand why I got a warning. I have freedom of speech.
What is this, classroom full of fifth graders?
You can't tell me when I can speak and what to say. So I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on the appeal?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
So much.
You go, Queenie.
It ain't what you say, it's how you say what you say. And
This coming from him.
Councilman Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Point of order. Excuse me. Order in the audience. And that was the point of reading this early person subsection. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
You know, even if she was looking at you, let her look.
Let her look.
People look all the time. People looking at all of us right now.
Let her look.
I mean, it's not what you say, it was how you said what you said, though. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's your delivery. And your delivery, even if she was looking at you, let her look. But it was just the way, it was your tone of voice, and it was your body language. And with your tone of voice and your body language came across as
come on,
not just being fair. So I will be supporting the chair, because it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And then when you talk, sometimes you be raising your voice at people, and then you do your body language. And I'm just saying that's just not cool. And I didn't think it was professional the way you said. Let her look. Just let her look. Why are we even on this right now? All you had to do is just say, okay, we're going to move on with the meeting. But you came with your tone of voice and your body language. So I could see where she could have wanted to give you a warning. Because if we're going to do this meeting like this, and then if we going to go and we going to be talking to one another, and we going to start raising our voice at one another, we ain't going to do nothing but get into a shouting match. And then it's going to go out in the audience. Then the audience go either be on your side or somebody else's side. Then we go hear them. And it's going to be a whole big old mess. And I think we owe each other some professionalism while we on council, because despite who may not like us, there are people watching us, and we need to keep ourselves at a professional manner. So I didn't appreciate how you responded to it. So I'll be supporting the chair.
Madam Chair.
So yeah, this coming from the one who did all of that head twirling, finger, lip smacking in the last meeting. That's I wanted you to make sure that y'all caught on to that. The hypocrisy of this council.
Excuse me. Officer, could you please make your way toward the front so we can identify this release person that's speaking out during the meeting?
I could have sworn that sicking the police on people was abuse of power. I could have sworn that was said by your little girlfriend over there, Water Buffalo. I thought that the Queenie said that was an abuse of power. And what are we doing? Abusing power.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, as I argue this point, I'm going to be voting yes that the decision of the chair to give Ms. Winfrey Carter her first warning is the right thing to do. It's not. Because after 2 warnings, then they want the police to come and escort you out. That was a premature warning, because I'm looking at you now. People looking at me. And I done heard Mr. Murphy call me a disgrace. It wasn't just looking at me, stood behind me, did justice. Ms. Worthing stood up over Ms. Burns.
Sure did.
I done seen a bunch of mess here. And the reason I wanted people to come to the meeting Saturday and today is because they've been seeing it too.
Yep.
And here you done started out at the beginning of the meeting.
Yep.
Demonstrating something because a council person said, "What you looking at me like that for?" Hell, I sit right by you, and I can feel you looking at me.
She do.
Not only can I feel you looking at me, but I hear you and Mr. Murphy talking about me. The bottom line is this: Worthing, you, Murphy, Piper, Priestley, y'all been getting away with murder. And y'all been teaming up as a group of 4 or 5 just voting contrary to law and rules and freedom of speech.
True.
And it's starting to take a toll. And it's being witnessed by folks.
True.
And it's the same folks that's going to vote you in or out or recall you. We're not going to do this for 3-4 years. And I'm going to be right in the middle of it. Here we 5 minutes into a meeting. I'm knowing good and well that you asked for agenda changes, Piper. I abstain. Because people counting to 5. You're dead wrong then. You're dead wrong now. If you're going to be a politician, you better get thick skin. I done had to have thick skin in all kind of ways. You can't sit up there and then cuss out preachers.
She did.
And then all of a sudden try to give somebody a warning. These are facts. These are facts. Now you want to be prissy. I'm going to give you a warning, and y'all done stacked to death.
Ms. Worthing, what's your point?
It's what is being
Stop
said
the clock.
are attacks and not factual or related in any way
You're the
to
Karen.
what just happened.
Look at the Karen.
You are absolutely correct.
I appeal the ruling of the chair that it's not factual and correct. So I appeal your ruling that she done interrupted me on. It was really a bad one and you didn't want her. So I'm going to appeal that. We're going to play the game with you and her. I appeal the ruling of the chair. She said it wasn't factual. I say it is.
I second that.
But the chair didn't make a ruling. So I didn't.
Well, let's
I
hear
didn't
what your
rule.
ruling is toward her for interrupting me.
So, Mr. Mays, please stay germane to the appeal, which is Jerry Winfrey Carter getting her first warning for a comment.
What's germane is that you treating black folks differently than white folks. What's germane is she white and she stood over Tanya Burns like she wanted to fight and you didn't want her. What's germane is Mr. Murphy did it to me. What's germane is you cussing out preachers and your behavior is way worse than Miss Winfrey Carter. What's germane is y'all done stacked the deck that you need 5 votes to overturn a chair. Y'all trying to think y'all down there early in a dictatorship. I ain't studying you.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam
Listen to
Chair.
her tone.
Ms. Burns?
You're starting off this meeting completely wrong and you're the chair. You set a negative tone. You look at Ms. Winfrey Carter and everyone else, you do in that way, and it is very suggestive and threatening. You've done it to me.
Yep.
You do it every meeting. So when you say to her, I'm giving you a warning, the best way you should have did is just kept going. She didn't threaten you. She didn't threaten you. She didn't threaten bodily harm. We talk about decorum. Decorum is supposed to be not only inside of council chambers, but outside of council chambers. But inside of council chambers, you do not warn your colleagues that you are friends with. You don't. You don't censure them. You don't give them warnings. You let them and allow them to run amok. And it's a pattern. And you don't stop it. You know, at some point, you're going to have to be held accountable. And the tone of the audience, you're not setting a good tone with them. And with how your attitude is, you're helping their tensions to rise by not being calm. You're helping that. If you hadn't said anything to Mrs. Winfrey Carter, and you do look at people.
Sure do.
You do. And you look at them and buck your eyes, and it's on video many times. You know, we wouldn't be in this, I don't know how many appeals, with 2, 3 appeals, when you just should have kept going. When you're chairing, sometimes you got to have that thick skin and keep it going. Like I did when I used to chair, and y'all had all kinds of sidebars, but to keep the meeting going. The chair's responsibility is to make sure you keep order and keep the meeting flowing. You are adding to this meeting by an erroneous statement that she was looking at you and giving you, I guess some type of look. You should have let that slide. That's not on. She did not make a look. It's not a threat. It's not a threat. A threat is when we talk about bodily threats, is when Ms. Worthing did stand up and said, come over here. That was a threat. That was a very clear threat when she stumped her foot. Now, she had air and opportunity in between her and I, and then she immediately said, I threatened her, which was not true because it was on video. I stayed seated. I didn't get out my seat.
Ms. Burns, please, we're talking about.
See?
I get to say what I want to on the appeal
Ma'am.
because we're talking about, and it's germane, because we're talking about behavior that happens.
See, this is what they like to do. They want to censor your speech, cut you off, and they say not only know the word germane, but I don't think they understand the word, what germane means. They don't know what germane means. This is the most immature group of people I have ever seen. Educated people, allegedly.
In our council chambers. So you can protect her, but I'm not going to allow you this. It's really sad that you would protect her bad behavior. Because what she does is constantly say the Black women threaten her. I've never threatened her, not one time. I would tell her, I'm very transparent. I would say it. And I'm not giving her that much energy. Now what's disturbing is you need to get this under control, because this last meeting, I was told one of the council members during the break when they left went home to get their gun. That's what was threatening to me. So you need to get control over this meeting, because this is a problem already.
Okay, anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? Anyone?
That tone said, I don't give a flying damn about what you said. I'm going to do what the hell I want to do, and you are going to take it.
I don't know how to speak on Ms. Herkenroder.
I'm really glad that my colleague in the 6th Ward agrees with the fact that the chair's role is to maintain order of this meeting. And
okay, this is the one, Herkenroder. This is the one that quit in July. She's the ringleader of all of this, and she's the intelligent one. She's the articulate one, and she is the one that you would think is nice and friendly, and you can come to her, but she's shady.
And the fact that Ms. Winfrey Carter did make a statement that wasn't appropriate. We all make mistakes. We're all human.
See?
The thing is with it, you just say, you know what? I was wrong. I'll take that warning. I've done it before. I've looked at people and I've said, I'll even take the warning. But the thing is, we're not all going to agree. We've gotten that through and through. We're not all going to agree. It's what can we do to be civil in that disagreement? Because we got a whole audience full of folks here who are here for something. I'm sure not everybody's here for the same reason. And we owe it to them to be able to get through this agenda and stop picking petty personal fights. And that happens on both sides. I've done it before too. And quality of life is at stake when we don't get these agendas done.
Don't you love this?
I will be voting with the chair because I believe the remark by my colleague in the 5th Ward was inappropriate. And I would hope that somebody, because I'm human, if I make a mistake like that somebody would also hold me accountable. So.
But see, they're not going to. So what's going to happen is you can say something smart or rude or disrespectful, but because they're your friends, they're not going to say anything. They're going to let it slide. And if Mays says something, then y'all are going to ignore what he says or make some sort of derogatory remark and continue on, and y'all vote in the same pattern y'all been voting on. And look at Worthless. She's looking down on her phone.
Point of information.
What's your request?
Through you to Ms. Herkenroder, if it's petty and we should ignore it, why do you believe that Winfrey Carter or Liddell should ignore it? Your speech is kind of funny to me. Straighten it out in my mind if you choose, because you picking who should ignore what.
I'm going to reclaim my time.
See?
Thank you. So, Mr. Mays, you can't take the floor with using the privilege motion.
Point of order.
Go ahead. What's your point?
Oh, yeah, I can do a request for information just like Ms. Worthen did with me, and you already showing a difference because I warned you about hers. You didn't say that. Okay. But when I do it with her, so my point of order, discriminatory treatment is illegal in the United States of America.
Okay, reclaiming my time.
Your point of order is denied.
reclaiming.
Thank you, Ms. Go ahead, Ms. Herkenroder.
Reclaiming my
You
time.
see?
As I was saying, that's the example of, petty personal politics this, we don't need that. We've already got enough problems that we have to solve in this room. We can't keep adding all of these fuels to fires. It's just not going to get anyone anywhere. It's just going to keep continuing to stoke just division, and we need to come together as we figure out, to the best of our ability, we got to come together. We're not going to agree, but we have to be able to disagree civilly. So I'm going to vote to sustain the ruling of the chair.
Thank you. Anyone else on the appeal? Okay, seeing none, I'll be the last person. As you sit up here and when someone speaks, you give them the proper respect by looking at them when they speak. And so we come here to get the business done. This is not a place where you jump up and say, who you looking at, what you looking at. That's not what we're here for.
No.
When you are speaking, you have the attention of the entire room. Everyone is looking at you so they can pay attention to what you're saying. And if that's too much, maybe we shouldn't speak. But I will continue to give whoever's speaking my attention and look at them as they're speaking in a non-intimidating way. So that is why I called Ms. Winfrey Carter out of order.
Point of information, request for information.
What's your request?
Ms. Lewis, you think it's fair for you to try to remove somebody from the elected seat for a little conversation? That's what you think?
Listen.
Mr. Mays, that is your warning. Let's stop abusing.
I'm gonna appeal the warning of the chair. We ain't gonna get nowhere. I know you want to give me 2 warnings. I appeal the warning of the chair for a point of information.
I second that.
So we are continuing down this path of a pissing contest. Who can prove that they are dominant? This is ridiculous.
But we can keep going with that.
All right, so we have to get through this appeal. And so that is why the chair called Ms. Winfrey.
Point of request for information.
What is your request?
Point of information. Do you realize I said to you, I second his appeal while you're looking at me? I said, while you're looking at me. I didn't say why. I said, while you're looking at me.
She don't care.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and reclaim my time. We need to move forward to be civil. We don't have to make sidebar comments.
See?
We don't. We do not. Only thing that Ms. Winfrey Carter had to say is I second the appeal so we can get the rolling. We don't need to make any confrontational or inflammatory remarks. That's not, what we're here for. So
I want you to remember she said that about making confrontational or inflammatory remarks. Remember the water buffalo said that now?
A vote of no will reverse the ruling of this chair. Excuse me, a vote of yes.
Point of order. A vote of yes reverse the ruling.
Mr. Mays, you didn't have the floor. Thank you.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Point of order is a privilege motion. You said a vote of no reverse. A vote of yes reverses.
I was about to correct myself. Thank you, Mr. Mays, former president.
Wait, did y'all hear that? Hold on, let me rewind.
Vote of yes reverses.
I was about to correct myself. Thank you, Mr. Mays, former president.
Former president. But we don't have to use derogatory language and did it right while she just said it like less than a minute ago. She said it about not using inflammatory, derogatory speech, because that's not what we're here for in the business. We're doing the business of the city.
So
Wait, point of order. Point of order. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Now, again, if you're getting this reaction from people, you're doing it wrong.
Former president. So
Wait, point of order. Point of order. Madam Chair, you just broke your own rule by making a condescending remark.
So as the chair goes forth, this is what we need to do. We need to remember that if you vote no, that will uphold the ruling of the chair, and the voting of yes will reverse the ruling of the chair. Again, no will uphold the ruling, yes will reverse. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Nope.
Ms. Priestley?
Nope.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
And does that
Watch
reverse the ruling, Chair?
No.
Oh, no, thank you. The ruling of the chair is upheld. 4 yes, 5 no.
She don't even know if the ruling of the chair is upheld.
And does that reverse the ruling, Chair?
No.
Oh, no, thank you. The ruling of the chair is upheld. So, Ms. Winfrey Carter, you have your first warning. So, we're going to move on to, we had an appeal with Mr. Mays. And according to council rules, you cannot overtake the floor using a privileged motion unless you are stating a direct question that is relevant to the speaker. So, and Mr. Mays did it not once, not two, not 3 times, but at least 4 times while we were beginning to have this meeting. And so I will turn the floor over to the colleagues for discussion.
Yeah, Madam Chair, let me say this.
Mr. Mays.
Let me say this, Madam Chair. You've demonstrated to me, you've demonstrated to your colleagues, even though they're your crew and don't want to vote against you because y'all want these positions. You want to be the vice, you want a chair, Herkenroder want president. People want positions, so they uphold wrongdoing. They did that in the South when we were slaves. People would vote wrong on juries. They did it in judges and councils just to control the slaves. I'm nowhere near a slave. I'm an elected council person. I've seen council people come and go, and now I'm ready for you to be gone and the whole bunch with you.
It's bad when he makes a statement like that he wants all of you gone, and the audience applauds.
You talking about I exercise a privileged motion. If I don't say point of order, you giving the wrong information. A no votes reverse it. No, it don't. Point of order. I'm correcting you. I was just finna to do that. My job is to do a privileged motion at the right time. Y'all talking about what's petty. It was petty for you to warn her, and it's petty for you to warn me. It's discriminatory when Eva Worthing do a point of information, and that's your crew. Look at her. Here she come now. She's so glad to have y'all on this council. My job is to stay here for the people who we invited. Y'all wasn't here Saturday. Stuff went well. These same people are here today, and me and Winfrey Carter gonna try to stay in this meeting, at least to public speaking. Y'all come in here every week trying to throw our black butts out, and you be right with them. You and Quincy. It's ridiculous. Stevie Wonder can see what y'all doing. I would be ashamed of myself.
They're not.
I would be ashamed of myself to be so petty to try to get these ridiculous warnings to get the 2 to try to have a police remove us from our elected seat. And you should be warned. You should be on your 3rd warning now, the way you done screwed the beginning of this meeting up. hypocritical. Don't say something about her and then say something about me. So look, we gonna stay in this meeting. When public speaking talk come up, you don't have to put no slip in. Come one by one and keep them sitting here and speak on whatever you want to speak on. This is got ridiculous. At the beginning of a meeting, she's setting up there acting.
Mr. Mays, that's your
I
time.
couldn't get my
Thank
second
you.
warning when I told them she
No,
was
that's
acting
your
like.
time. Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
On this appeal?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. My colleague in the first ward loved to speak on Councilman Murphy, and for whatever reason or another, my name must really resonate in your mouth because you love putting it in your mouth.
You see?
Anyways, back to.
Was that not confrontational?
Request for information. Do that require a warning, looking, speaking? It's just like putting this when Ricardo did. Is it the same?
Hell no.
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
Proceed.
Okay. Here we is. It's 5:30.
Here we is.
These requests for informations, these point of orders, and all of this.
Here we is.
Point of information and point of order that my colleague in the first ward has used to gain the floor. We still in special affairs that was supposed to start at 4:30. We ain't even got the first agenda done yet. We got a lot of stuff to take care of, a lot of business on the table to take care of, and here we is, an hour in the meeting, and we still have not got to one agenda item.
Point of order.
The Karen.
I can't even hear Mr. Murphy due to the crowd shouting out constantly.
Thank you. Again, we are asking for the crowd to be in order so we can hear at the meeting. Again, we're asking for the crowd to be in order, the audience. And if the crowd, if the audience cannot get under control, we will have to ask the individuals to leave that are out of order. So thank you. Mr. Murphy?
I would like for us to move forward to get the business of the city of Flint done. We still got public speakers, we got special affairs, and we got city council. And city council start at 5:30, it's 4:30, and we yet to get one agenda item done in special affairs. All of this going back and forth. What we need to make sure that we do as colleagues is respect one another's opinion, even if we don't agree. We don't have to make derogatory comments towards one another, make these false accusations or accuse people of different things because we don't agree. And if we continue down this road, that's why I be trying to tell my family and friends, do not come down here.
You're not being
because
germane.
if they come down here and people, it's just gonna be, it's not. And if we need to calm this down as colleagues, we need to be talking and respecting one another. When we out talking to our constituents, we shouldn't be calling people all of these different kind of derogatory names and all of that different kind of stuff, or going at it with each other, because it spill out into the audience. And if you listen to the audience now, if they group of people or they council saying what they doing, they clapping and amening for them, and if somebody else ain't doing what they want to do, then they hackling and making whatever kind of comments that they making in the audience, whatever. But I stand behind my leadership as a city councilman. I've been in the game for 30 years doing what I do, so I'm gonna make the decision that I feel is the right thing to do, and I'm not gonna go based on, because we got a whole bunch of people in the audience that don't agree with Councilman Murphy. Okay, well, y'all don't agree with me, but I'm gonna do what's right, and I think my colleague in the first ward is using points of order, points of information to gain the floor, and it's hijacking this meeting.
Again, read the room. Look at your crowd. They disagree with you. They see what's going on. Read the room. But the thing about this group of people, they go down this wrong path deliberately, intentionally. knowingly. And they will not double back. They will go further and further and further. Yes, you stuck in the mud. And so instead of you trying to get out and find something to put under the tire, to wedge so you can, get unstuck from the mud, they just continue to mash the gas and let the wheel spin and nothing happens but a burnt up engine.
Anyone else would like to speak on the appeal?
On the appeal? Fake. Oh, and then it got quiet for a minute. You see they activated the police. Officer, I can't remember his name, but we'll hear it again. Officer Carter, I think. They activated him. Amazing walked off for a minute.
For other purposes. 6.3.
I don't know if they deliberately did the whole white noise thing like they do in trials.
26.3, for continuing to use to take the floor and use the point of information, point of order for other purposes. And so, according to the rule, 26.3, that is why Mr. Mays was called out of order. According to our rules, whenever we make a request for information or a point of information, it must be a valid and legit point, not to make a statement on the floor.
Request for information, Madam Chair. Was he correcting you or making sure you had the agenda right? The correct, because you did say right after you were going to correct it. I think he thought you were closing it out. You wanted to make sure it was correctly said.
Uh-oh.
That's how I interpret it.
No.
That
wasn't that time. And so, again, this was not the first time, this was not the second, or even the third.
Like I said, she is so nasty and negative. Her energy, that nasty, negative, demeaning energy, that demonic energy is what is causing all of this in this room. Her energy.
Counted for. And so if we're going to have an orderly meeting, we need order from colleagues, we need order from the audience. We need for everyone to be in order to move the business forward. No, I will not let anything slide off my back because according to the rules, we must follow them.
You don't even know them.
According to, the audience have been warned again. So Officer Span and Officer Metcalf, could you please come up so we can have an orderly meeting so we can identify those in the audience, which are
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point?
Madam Chair, leave the amen in the audience alone. We do it at church. Just proceed.
Your point of order is denied, and this is not church. This is a professional body with its charter to move the city forward. We make ordinances and budgets. And so therefore, in order for us to get our job done, we need for the council to be in order. We need for the audience to be in order.
But you don't be in order.
If the audience would like to speak, we are approaching public speaking. You can speak during that time. But in the meantime, we cannot use our voices. We cannot use our voices to disrupt the meeting, whether you like a certain council person or you do not. That is not what we're here for. So no derogatory comments coming from the council, and there will be no derogatory comments coming from the audience.
Hopefully not from you either.
And if you are making derogatory comments or you are disrupting the meeting,
like you have,
according to the disorderly person subsection, you will be removed and you will be subject to
well, then you need to remove yourself.
And that stands for everyone. What is your point?
Madam Chair, we can criticize Trump, you, George Wallace. Quit saying folks can't talk about politicians. That's not true.
Mr. Mays, again, you have violated rule 26.3.
Here she go. Here she go.
This discussion is not about taking away people's rights, but utilizing your right at the right time. So we need for everyone to be in order, as said before. So as I wrap up, voting no will uphold the ruling of the chair. Voting yes will reverse the ruling of the chair.
Are you sure?
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Are you sure? And you hear the comments of people in the audience.
Ms. Priestley? No. Mr. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkimer?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing? No. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 6 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 6 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So as we are moving forward, we are at
Chair.
Thank you. So we are at go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I was going to say there's a motion on the floor. We need a second.
Okay, thank you. So there is a request, a motion on the floor to vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda change. It has been so moved. Ms. Priestley, is there a second?
Support.
It's supported by Ms. Worthing. And so this motion is undebatable. Roll call.
Point of order, Madam Chair. If a motion is made and properly seconded, don't you ask, is there any discussion?
On this specific kind of motion, it's undebatable.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Let's read the rule that you're referring to. Is that asking too much?
You know she don't know it. She don't know the rule.
Attorney Kim.
Hi, the Council President, Council Vice President. The Rule 16.2 says that a motion to vote immediately is not debatable.
Point of information, request for information. Attorney Kim, there's no motion to vote immediately on the floor. What the motion is to change the agenda. What you talking about is a whole nother rule.
That's not correct.
Well, point of order. I'm asking through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, can she read the rule you're referring to? I didn't ask him about a motion to vote immediately. That's a separate rule. There's no discussion.
Mr. May, so I called on Attorney Kemp and he read the rule into the record.
Point of order. That's not the rule. The motion is to change or set the agenda.
Mr. May,
point of order. Madam Chair, if I call a point of order and you don't stop speaking, the rule would be that the chair could be removed. Now, Mr. Metcalf and to the officers, we've got rules where the chair can be removed. If I'm making a point of order and you interrupt me and you don't stop speaking, you out of order. The point of order is the highest privilege motion.
Madam Chair. My motion was that we vote immediately on any proposed changes to the agenda in order of proposed.
Point of order.
Thank
the clerk.
You see, now you see why nothing gets done in Flint because of this. There's no adult in the room that will say, let's stop this and continue going. It would be helpful if one of the Fab Five or the Foolish Six would vote against the chair so we can stop this because they're encouraging it. Every time they vote together, they're encouraging it. They're using their own confirmation bias to pump each other up, and it just continues and continues and continues.
Is who I want to read the thing. Now here we in a point of order. You done gave her the flow in the middle of my point of order and ain't warned her. You just applying rules differently. I'm still stuck on the point of order. And you gave the city attorney the flow. You gave her the floor. I'm still waiting for Davina. I'm waiting on you, not your cronies.
Mr. May, so going to your point of order. It has been answered a few times and the chair can approve or deny your point of order.
Request for information. Can you ignore my request for the clerk to keep her the records versus Attorney Kim and Ms. Priestley? Do the black clerk get the same respect as these other kind of people?
again,
Let's move forward.
your requests have been denied.
Okay,
So
good. Let's move.
So moving forward. So again, the motion on the floor is to vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda change.
Point of
So
order.
we can.
So we doing the vote first before we do the agenda changes. That's what we vote on.
Yes.
It might be some, it might not.
Yes.
But right now it's none,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Y'all hear her tone?
Yes.
It might be some, it might not.
Yes.
But right now it's none,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
No, it ain't none on the floor, correct?
That's why we're voting, Mr. We're gonna move forward. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
These some stupid people. I know. They get on my nerves too. Shoot. Water Buffalo.
Ms. Burns? No. Ms. Promoter? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 6 yes and 3 no. So we will vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda changes. Now the chair will call for any requests for agenda changes and or addition to the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I have an add-on resolution. I'd like to put a motion for to add 230162 to the agenda.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
For the, if I can, for the record, I did an amended agenda. So council, your packet, the amended agenda is separate by itself. I just didn't recopy all of the attachments. So you have the original with all the attachments, but you should have an amended agenda there that has the resolution she's talking about. It's already on the agenda.
Thank you.
Any other changes to the agenda?
Request for information.
Mr.
To you, to Councilwoman Burns. What was that number again? That you?
230162.
And you should have copies of that as well.
Madam Chair.
Any more requests for changes in the
Madam
agenda?
Chair.
Mr. May?
Yeah, I want to request an agenda change. I really want it before public speaking. It'll take me 5 or 6 minutes to have a special order to explain to the people who's here dealing with the American Rescue Act monies, which is the agenda item that just was talked about by Ms. Burns. I want a special order to explain to them how they can get up and speak, what they can say, who they can criticize, and straighten some of this mess out. We got a bunch of people here, some of them here for the same reason. This meeting has got off to a terrible start, and I want a 5-minute special order to try to get it back on track and to take some of the fear out of folks that I think you're trying to put in them. So I make a motion for a 5-minute special order before public speaking to communicate accurately with the people, and I so move.
So you said a 5-minute special order about communicating to the people about ARPA? Is that what you're saying?
And about some of the things you told them about criticizing government.
So 5 minutes about ARPA and criticizing government? Okay. All right. Any more requests for changes or additions to the agenda?
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, if I make a motion, you supposed to ask, is there a second?
She don't know what she's doing. That's her problem.
No, this is pretty much a motion, isn't it?
That's what I said.
No, we're gonna vote on it. We're gonna vote.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I'll put it in the form of a motion. Every chair should know when a motion is made, the chair's job to ask if there's a second. If it's not, it died for lack of second.
Duh.
Mr. Mays, this was a change to the agenda, so we want to just vote on it.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I put it in the form of a motion.
He said, I so move.
Okay, so so just for the record, we will not have a 5-minute debate. This is still, we will vote immediately in sequence.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We are not in discussion. The point of order, if I make a motion, your job is to simply ask, is there a second?
So just stating the facts in terms of the agenda.
Not that time.
And then, so I will ask for a second. Is there a second to add this to the agenda? Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Byrne, second? Okay, so it has been moved and properly second.
Yes. Can I get the floor?
So it's undebatable. Yeah, because that's what we voted for.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
We didn't vote that I knew of, and maybe y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. If a motion is made and properly second, you have some form of discussion on that motion. The other motion is gone. The other motion, y'all voted to have an immediate vote on us doing agenda changes and then voting on them. That's gone. Now I made a motion, it's been properly seconded, and you telling Mr. Murphy he might fight, but I know when a motion is made and properly seconded, unless something stops that, there's discussion on the motion.
So, Mr. Mays, according to the motion that we just passed, you have the motion to vote immediately and seeking for any proposed agenda change. And as I was stating, we do not, according to that motion, you can propose agenda change. You just want to get a second, that's fine. But we already voted to vote in sequence, and it's undebatable. So there's no debate.
Chair, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's not a ruling. This is what we
you
voted
ruling
on.
no discussion, I'm appealing that. That's a ruling.
Excuse me, Attorney Kim, could you please?
I'm appealing the ruling of the chair. Now your job is to ask, is there a second to the appeal, not to go to Attorney Kim. I can appeal any decision of the chair that I disagree with. You saying there ain't no discussion, I'm appealing that. Now your job is to ask, is there a second?
No, my job is to read the rules, and the rules said that the motion to vote immediately and seeking for proposed agenda change is undebatable. So right now, the request for change in addition to the agenda is undebatable.
Madam Chair, my appeal has to be asked if there a second. I don't agree with your decision. I can appeal any decision.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
Mayor, I'll support that appeal.
Okay, it has been moved and properly seconded. So Mr. Mays was trying to have discussion when we just voted to vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda change for our request for changes in addition to the agenda, which just passed 6-3. According to Legal Rule 16.3, this is undebatable. So go ahead.
Madam Chair, I had to maneuver to communicate with the public. Whoever seconded that appeal, I think it was Ms. Winfrey Carter, I really appreciate you. Because I shouldn't have to hop through hoops to exercise my voice as an elected official. Ms. Lewis, you have butchered these rules at the beginning of this meeting. You have demonstrated to me and to some members of this public, if not all, and should be your colleagues too, that you really don't understand. You punish me for trying to correct you as a senior council person and keep this meeting on track. You rather believe Attorney Kim than me. It took him whispering in your ear to tell you you should be asking for a second on your appeal. Most basic folks know when a motion is made and properly seconded, you have discussion before you vote. My position is this, Miss Lewis. You done messed the beginning of this meeting up. And I wanted to communicate to the people, so I'm gonna do it now. I appeal you because you trying to keep me from telling folks in this special affairs meeting, you don't have to have a slip in. That's the next meeting.
Mr. Mays, you're not being germane. We are talking about.
I appeal the ruling of the chair that I'm not germane.
Mr. Mays, that's your second warning.
I appeal the ruling of the chair that I'm not germane, and I also will appeal the second warning.
So the second warning, when you get 2 warnings, that means that it is time to be escorted out of the meeting by the police. And so they cannot wait to give him 2 warnings. He could just breathe, and they are ready to give him a warning. Then it's a second warning, and then Mr. Mays, you need to leave the meeting. Officer Metcalf, come and escort him from the meeting. They do it every time.
I feel the ruling of the chair that I'm not germane.
Okay, so is there a second?
Madam Chair, I second that.
Okay, so according to council rules, you must be germane. Mr. Mays was
Point
asked.
of order. We're still on the appeal about me having discussion on the 5-minute discussion for the people. You done tried to rule and throw me out in the middle of my discussion on an appeal, saying it was not relevant for me to say what I want to say to the people. And the reason you did that, because you seen me saying it while you, Quincy Murphy, Hergenroder, Worthing, and the Foolish Five want to shut me down. So it was germane for me, but that's the next appeal. And then the second warning to remove me is the next appeal. Right now, we on an appeal whether we should have discussion on a motion where I said I wanted to explain to folks, you don't have to put a slip in this first meeting. You can come up and speak.
Mr. Mays.
Here she go.
Why are you interrupting me?
Let's stay germane. This is the
Ma'am, germane means relevant. I am relevant to the motion of discussion on what I appealed. You just don't want me to say it. And you can't hinder my freedom of speech. You see them attorneys sitting there, they don't like that attorney in the way they advise you. I done got my own attorney. And y'all better get sued for violating my freedom of speech. And I'm gonna use this meeting to try to retard. I can speak freely. Would you have not interrupted me? The second on the motion should have discussion. And it should have discussion with me for 5 minutes explaining to these people who took their valuable time to come down here how it's gonna go. That's relevant, it's germane, it's Jackie, it's Tito, and you making yourself look foolish.
Mr. Mays, that's your time. Thank you. So we are on the first appeal, and the appeal was discussing,
She don't even know. She don't even know.
Thank you. That he wants to speak about ARPA. After we voted to vote immediately. So is there anyone else that would like to speak on the first appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Hergenroder.
So we are at 6 o'clock. We're just in this cycle of manipulating rules to get appeals instead of just following the rules and actually listening to what our chair is saying when we hear what she's saying. The motion that we made was a procedural motion. That motion is to vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda changes. So what we did as a body was establish the procedure. Now we are in that procedure as established by the chair, which I believe is Rule 16.2. Not every motion has discussion. That's something that we've done since I've been on council. It's been done since parliamentary procedure. That's how parliamentary procedure is done. There are some motions that are that have discussion. There are some
request for information.
Mr. Mays, what's your point?
When I say that, she should stop and you should stop her. Since you've been on the council a year, I've been here for 9 or 10 years. That ain't what we've always done.
Okay,
Do you realize that?
So Mr. Mays, you can continue to insult me and you can keep doing that. But last time I checked, I have studied parliamentary procedure. We have set outlined in our rules. Insult me and you can keep doing that.
Year, I've been here for 9 or 10 years. That ain't what we've always done.
Okay,
Do
so
you realize?
You listen to her tone. Listen to her tone and how dismissive she is.
So, Mr. Mays, you can continue to insult me and you can keep doing that. But last time I checked, I have studied parliamentary procedure. We have set outlined in our rules that there are some motions that do not have discussion. For example, a motion to call the question does not have discussion. A motion to vote immediately does not have discussion. There are other types of motions that do not have discussion.
Do not have discussion.
The continual misleading and manipulation is continuing to slow this meeting down when we're simply trying to follow the procedure that the majority of this body voted to follow. As a reminder, for that procedure, that vote was 6 yes and 3 no. So that means that there are 6 colleagues in this room who want to get the work of the city done and will not be stopped by the continued manipulation of the rules by our colleagues.
Y'all heard that shade? Did you hear the shade?
Colleagues in this room who want to get the work of the city done and will not be stopped by the continued manipulation of the rules by our colleagues. I'm done.
Where was the 6th Saturday when we was trying to get work done?
Mr. Mays, you are using a privileged motion to gain the floor, and that's in violation of council rules, and that's why we are giving you a second warning. So with that being said, anyone else would like to speak? All right, so with that being said, voting no will uphold the ruling of the chair. Voting yes will overturn the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Circulator.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Ms. Worthing.
No.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Priestley.
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no. The decision of the chair stands. Now on to the second warning for Mr. Mays for not being germane.
Y'all hear?
According to council rules.
They're like, why?
Thank you.
It's a waste of time.
Rule number 29.7. Any person speaking at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of allotted time. Mr. Mays was in violation of Rule 29.7 a multiple number of times. So anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Yeah, Madam Chair. It ain't anyone. The rules say whoever made the appeal speaks first. See, you don't know these rules.
Not a damn one.
And that's a fact. And if you want to take time to see if the maker of the appeal speaks first, it's not anyone. It would be me. Now, the point is this. You deboggled this meeting in a many ways. And when I try to correct your point of order, I was going to do that. I don't know what you was going to do, but you done proved to me in this public that you ain't been doing it right. And you proved that you abused your power and Hergenroder, Worthy, Priestley, and Quincy Murphy. Y'all is condoning that. And I think the people see it clearly. Now, this is a second warning. That means I'm going to wave bye to y'all. And my lawyer's going to handle it in federal court. Yeah. They're going to handle the discrimination. They're going to handle the a different treatment and they're going to handle her trying to stifle my freedom of speech. Now, I let officers take me out in cuffs before, but I'm going to leave the day after the same group vote to get a second warning. They do it every time they come in a meeting. Y'all been watching? Warning. And it be on us. It don't be on Worthing. It don't be on Piper, Herkin, Rhoda, or even Murphy. And Murphy confused. Way confused, in my opinion. And so it's getting clear to see. This will be a demonstration. I hope y'all don't let them run y'all off. I hope y'all speak up and let them give you a warning and throw you out if you tell the truth. See, when Reverend Rob baptized me, one thing I learned that can't tell the truth. And y'all think I'm just saying it. When Martin Luther King got shot and he hollered, tell the truth. Fight for your civil rights and what's right. When you see me down here getting arrested, I done sat through Kate Fields, Maurice Davis, Griggs, Vicky Van Buren. I'm gonna sit through this crowd, but I ain't gonna sit long. Because I'm gonna help some folks recall. Right. This is ridiculous. You gotta have 4 or 5 logical folks to run this city. Y'all hear about ARPA funds, be here about their behavior. The Lord can show y'all something. She's dead wrong. And they condone it. Thank you so much.
Anyone else would like to speak on the appeal? Anyone else like to speak on the appeal? All right, so seeing that there is no one else, I will go ahead and state my reason for the warning for Mr. Mays. Due to rule number 29.7, again, being read into the record, any person speaking at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of allotted time. Unfortunately, Mr. Mays have been called to the floor for the failure to be germane on several occasions. And so therefore, the chair of this meeting have issued Mr. Mays his second warning for not being germane and disrupting the meeting. So that's why I am asking him his second warning. Roll call, Madam. And for the record, voting no will support the chair. Voting yes will overturn the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
You heard somebody say it'll be 5-4 on that.
Yes. Turkey Morgan? No.
No. I abstain.
Oh. Yeah, 5-4.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
No.
You heard him say, of course.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no, 1 abstention.
Could you say it again, please?
2 yes, 5
2
no.
yes, 5 no,
And
1 abstention.
All right, the vote is 2 yes, 5 no, 1 abstention. The ruling of the chair stands. So now we are moving on to the.
She don't even know. We're moving on to. Huh? Look, that's what I said. You don't even know. You cannot effectively lead and be taken seriously if you don't even know what the hell you're doing. You don't even know what the hell you're doing. How about this? Follow the agenda. It's right there. The agenda. They tell you what's going next. They're gonna beast me while I'm through. Beastly Priestley.
PhD holder, she don't know the code.
She don't know what's going on.
So
Okay, so still vote on it? All right, so then he wasn't here.
A guy said, I don't know if you can hear him, but the guy said this is so immature.
Okay, so now it's time to vote on the request for agenda change. So Mr. Mays requested a 5-minute special discussion before public speaking. Okay, and so.
Do y'all hear the incredulity in the audience?
Okay, all right, and so.
Did it just kick
Since
Mays
there's
out?
no debate, we're gonna go straight to roll call again. A 5-minute special request for Mr. Mays to talk about ARPA and other governmental issues.
Mm-hmm.
So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Hergenroder?
No.
Wow. Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? Is not in.
Beasley walked away.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 2 yes and 5 no. That specific motion fails. So now it's time to move on to public speaking.
All right.
Our first public.
All right, so I finished playing the public speaking, and then I'm gonna call it on this one. Like I said, it is so much to unpack here, and it's so long. So yeah, after public speaking, the public speakers light their asses up.
A speaker, please.
Madam Chair, can you please let the audience of the debate, because I think they think they need a slip. They don't know that this is special affairs.
Okay, so during the committee meetings, including special affairs, you don't need a slip to speak. So you just approach the lectern when it's empty. So we welcome our first public speaker.
Now, the first guy, this is R.L. Mitchell. If I continue to do more of these, you will see him. He's at every council meeting. I think he has a disorder. Maybe he has Tourette's or speech impediment. I'm not sure, but he's very entertaining to watch.
Hello, my name is R.L. Mitchell. Now listen, since we didn't get a chance to speak on the opera money, the special meeting the Mays made, to you, Madam Clerk, to the City Clerk, can you ask Grand Blanc to give us some leniency, since last week we found out that we got $50 million left to take care of the people's roofs. And Grand Blanc, when our city workers hit the bridge and gonna cost $450,000 to fix just the running some garbage in. And you see what happened to Burton when they jumped on the last mayor we had, Mayor Weaver. They kicked her out of the office because she said some remarkable words about you. Look up the record on that stuff. Because we trying to get people in Flint trying to get their money, and you people. Matter of fact, $50 million ain't nothing. That's just a budget on Reverend Phil Kill Future Church.
Now, this is not the video glitching. That's just the way that he talks.
And that ain't no money and stuff. And all that stuff like this concerned pastors, you already and go and look at Murphy over looking like, man, what's that word that made? Oh no, I never use that word. That woman over there talking about gaslight, get gaslight up in there. You swim with the shot, try to swim with the color people on the right. You got that? Where's that? Oh, I got 3 more minutes again. And another thing, back from
I love him.
Back to the YouTube Burns. The Burns, but the golf course over there when you look at it, there ain't nothing but kingpins, nothing but trees that cost more money to take care of the golf course than to take care of the city. But you, all that junk, sir, You see what happened to Tiger Woods? Becky wanted to beat the black back on that dude. The other part, burn it. Cough out. You, welcome to the United States.
Thank you.
I love him. I love Ariel. He's a hero.
Arthur Woodson. What Eva Worthing did today and what she keeps doing is upsetting. I'm tired of these Carolyn Emmett Till Bryans on this council. Priestley, Herkenroder, Eva Worthing. Keep on crying victim, and y'all are the agitators. Eva Worthing stands up over Tanya Burns. Priestley runs outside in the garage, jump out of her vehicle and run towards Gina Luster. And then Emma Lai turns around and put y'all all on the front of the paper saying, oh, look at these victims, they have been threatened. Get out of here. That's why so many black men have been lynched because of lying-ass white women.
I told you it's gonna be brutal. Nigga worthless.
What's your point, Ms. Morgan? What's your point?
Language.
Mr. Wilson, we invite you not to use inflammatory language.
You use motherfuckers.
Mr. Wilson, that is your first warning.
Did you warn yourself when you said it to Pastor Thompson? What, Negro, you up there cheering, you shouldn't even be up there. Because you're illegal right now. You registered June 26, 2020. You wasn't even a resident for a whole year. Now, while you're sitting up there, Attorney Kim, look that up since y'all looking up rules. She don't even supposed to be up there. Nope. Matter of fact, when you made Janky, you was voting in 2018 down in Maryland. And you was mad because they wouldn't vote for your butt down there. Then you want to make Janky. Mr. Murphy, man, me and you cool, but at the same time, you can't allow your personal feelings, man. You voting with them, and they wrong, man. For real. They're wrong, and you know they're wrong, man. Mr. Pfeiffer, they're wrong, and you know they're wrong. Y'all need to quit voting like that just because y'all feelings, man.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Next speaker.
I'm a youngster, so a lot of my elders that's here. My name is Alton Lewis. I've been a resident teacher for about 17 years. In return, some of the good people that have installed in me was Archie Heyman, Don Williams, David Dix, Mr. Fielder from Burston Fieldhouse. In return, I can go on farther and farther. But there was one thing they always told me. Time don't stop for nobody. Time is always supposed to, when you put something on the floor for the agenda, you're supposed to live by that. We have not lived by that. It ain't been nothing.
At the hell all.
That's around here. And y'all say y'all want to set an example for the young fellas that's here, because when y'all are gone, then that means us are here to be in y'all footsteps. So, Madam Chair, I asked everybody on this panel, for everything that has started, you need to step down. And I'm asking for a recall.
Might I add that there is language. They have had filed recall petitions on Mays, Beasley Priestley, the Water Buffalo Lewis, Herkenjerker, even though she quit though, Pfeiffer, and I wonder if this Karen got it too. But pretty much almost everybody except for like 2 people have recalls filed against them.
I'm gonna explain something to you what I do. Number one, I made a mistake 18 years in my life. Been home 17 come May 23rd. Don Williams said something to me one day when he married me and my wife. She said, you only got one chance, one life. Make the best of it. Mr. Fielder at All Burston Fieldhouse, when I was in one of his brawlers, told me the same thing. Mr. Dix told me the same thing. Mr. Pat Bird, Chris Bird's and them daddy, when I used to box with them. So when I'm trying to explain to you what you have set the example in this tone, ain't nobody got nothing in here doing at all where this agenda is supposed to be on for what's supposed to be happening here in Flint. You have taken everything and turned this to your thinking. Because I'm gonna tell you, being on this chessboard, sweetheart, you have, my fault, I shouldn't say that. Young lady, yes.
Next speaker.
I'm here concerning the cost of residential roof permits. I want to know why it's a standard.
Ma'am, please state your name. Please state your name.
The reason I didn't say my name is because I didn't hear anyone else. Okay, my name is Marion Muhammad. I am here concerning the cost of residential roof permits. Why isn't there a standard fee and not one based on what you pay for the roof? But what you, okay. I feel like I'm being pimped by my city government. That's how I feel. I was told by a reputable roofing company that Flint was engaging in a money grab. I quote, they don't even check our work. This was told to me. Most people in Flint live below the poverty level and can't afford a roof. I had a roof finance, and it was only because of my credit I was able to do that. I was qualified for a roof through Habitat for Humanity. I couldn't wait because water was pouring into my house. I was charged $545 for a roof permit. City Council, you cannot balance the budget off of the back of poor people. Why do you think there are so many blue tarps on houses all over Flint? I want to know, is there a plan to get rid of all the poor people in Flint? Because you're not giving us any incentive to do anything for our houses. This Flint has been redlined. Our houses are not worth anything, and you all are trying to pimp us. And I was told that City Council voted on this. I want to know why. You can't do that off of the back of poor people. You can't do that. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Biggs, and I'm here once again about the Ninth Ward, as well as all this confusion. I worked all day, and I came here to hear what's going on, and all I'm hearing is a lot of fighting and acting like children. You're going against each other. We've been in here a long time, a couple of hours now, and nothing is being done but fighting. All is standing up, fighting each other. The children are watching this on TV. We got enough violence in the city without adults acting like children. Can we please get something done today? Please, I am tired, I am old. I've worked 8 hours today, and I'm standing up. I quit coming to council meetings because of this very reason. I'm begging, let's get something done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Sister Barbara in the community, and I'm disabled, and I'm speaking for disabled people that can't hardly get down here. And I keep coming to these meetings trying to get something did. I hear we got $50 million to help the community, and half of us need roofs and everything else done to our house that we have itemized on paperwork, but we have no applications. We down here for that. We don't even understand penal codes. We don't understand all these decisions. We don't understand all these motions. We're not lawyers. We're not attorneys. 99% of these people, if you know what a motion is, raise your hand. If you know what a decision is, raise your hand. If you know what a penal code is, raise your hand. I believe y'all talking over our head. We come here to get $50 million and we come to get our houses in, and that's all to it. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's get to the root of it. Let's keep it going. Let's quit going around. Let's quit arguing. Let's raise the roof and get it done in the name of Jesus. Father God, I pray that all these activists and this panel code get corrected in the name of Jesus. I bless this room. I bless everybody in here. I bless God for what's going on. And I need peace to be still right now in the name of Jesus. I rebuke the enemy right now in the name of Jesus. I need order in the name of Jesus right now in this room. That God
So, for my light-skinned brothers and sisters, this behavior here, what she's doing, this is very common in Black churches. This is very common, which is why you're getting this reaction here. There's nothing unusual about this at all. Again, y'all really need to go to a Black Baptist church. It's an experience. It's an experience. This is normal.
That we need to get done in the name of Jesus. I need the blood. I need the blood. I need the blood in the name of Jesus. We need safety. We done been through COVID. We done been through blood pressure. Lord, let us be blessed. Let us come out on top in the name of Jesus.
She said, we've been through COVID. We've been through Donald Trump. We need you to help us in the name of Jesus. Oh, I love my people.
I thank you right now in the name of Jesus.
I love my people.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dion Freeman. What I'm going to talk about is not on topic probably of what you've been discussing. I was here in the month of March and I was sharing with you all a blight program that I'm working on with the Flint Community Schools. I just wanted to follow up and let you all know that I did get the essay contest started and we will have winners in each ward, and I'll be reaching out to each council person to help do a neighborhood cleanup on the winner and the subsequent participants on their street or their neighborhood park. So I really just wanted to come in, share that again, because it's a blight project, and we do have money for ARPA and blight, but just on something more positive and not so heavy. Everybody has a responsibility to their own ward. We've elected you all to represent us. I know, like many people, we are tired of all the arguing, bickering, and so on and so forth. I know that the people that I chose to be my representative and others expect you all to conduct yourselves as an adult.
It ain't gonna happen.
And as a professional.
Not happening.
When you're an adult and you're a professional,
you
do not have to take digs at other people. As an adult and a professional, every situation is not about race. As an adult and a professional, a common courtesy to show respect for one another should have been established 10 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, or 1 year ago.
That's a dig at Maze.
I've been coming to these city council meetings since 2008, when President Obama first ran for office. I was one of the people sitting in the crowd taking personal notes when the decision was made to go to Gleeville on the water crisis. It is time to stop this propaganda stuff. It is time to stop doing all the nonsense that's been going on for years. The culture of this council has changed.
It's toxic.
It has changed. And so I expect, and I know others do expect, that change to continue to happen for peace and unity for our community. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, this is just outrageous. But you know what? I'm not here to talk about that yet. I'm here to talk about the opera funds. Now, according to this agenda.
Ma'am, please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's you. Sherry Allen. According to this agenda, I see where you've given $500,000 to fix the city hall, your building, right? And you haven't given us $1 to fix our roofs or windows of our houses. Now, I think that's a dereliction of duty. Because what you're doing is you're failing to perform your duty for the citizens of Flint, and that can cause serious consequences. You have homes with water running through the roofs and coming up through the floor. And if you don't see that you are neglecting your constituents.
I want you to look at demeanor. You see Queenie right here. What's he doing? He's not looking at her. He is on his phone. Here is Beastly. What is she doing? She's on her computer. What's the Karen doing? She's on her phone. Worthless. She loves to be in chat rooms when the council meetings are live, and she trolls. She trolls on Facebook and on TikTok. That's what she's doing. She's trolling.
You deserve to be recalled. And that's what's going to happen. Now, I suggest that you listen to what the people are saying and quit acting like this money is yours, because it's not yours. It doesn't matter whether you like anybody, but the money is for the people. You got your hands on it. You want to sit in a plush chair. You want to have some nice lights and nice amplified whatever microphones. We want the same thing in our homes. We want clean windows. We want to beautify our community. We want to take care of our property. Nobody wants to live in a rundown, wrecked place. Y'all did you? Think about that. You're doing that for yourself. And you got all these people that's dependent on you and waiting on you to say just yes. Just go ahead and give it to them. It is not giving. You have to give it to us personally. Assign some contractors. Like you did the water thing. It doesn't matter. We just want it done.
Thank you.
Oh, my time is up.
Thank you. Next, other speaker.
Hello, my name is Ms. Peterson. I just think that this council is so selfish. I find it hard to believe that half of y'all live here because of the crime, the blight, the racing of the cars, let me see, the slow police response, the bad payment of the police, the fire, the safety. What else can I say? Y'all don't want to issue over the opera funds. I think y'all being real discriminatory towards the north side of Flint. I don't understand, like, third ward and first ward, y'all run with like third and second runs with first. So I don't see why y'all not even agreeing with him. I mean, put that aside. Because there's people in y'all ward that's hurting. But y'all so ignorant and don't want to get together. And y'all don't even want to come together. I mean, people
Now, I want you to hear this. Murphy cannot tolerate when anyone says anything derogatory regarding him. It drives him crazy. He comes out of his Cliff Huxtable reject sweater and he just loses his mind.
Well, what are you talking?
That's my opinion. I'm entitled to it.
The speaker is calling us ignorant. That's
You are.
That's my freedom of speech. That's my opinion. I have one. I'm entitled to it.
Ma'am, please.
That's my right.
Please, no name
I'm not a ma'am. I don't feel like you should call me ma'am. I feel like you should call me Miss Peterson. Because you don't want to be called ignorant.
Okay, would you please remove the speaker? Next speaker.
Point of order.
And she still got time.
Madam Chair, point of order.
What's your point?
The speaker did not break a rule. She has a right to freedom of speech. She did not assault, she did not break subcode section 31-10. She did not commit assault and battery. She has a right to speak her mind to her council people. That's what that podium is for.
Hello?
Order in the chambers.
I don't deal with unintelligent people. I'm just dumb, but you heard what I said.
Officer
you
Metcalf,
got my point.
Officer Metcalf, thank you. Next public speaker. Next public speaker.
Hello and good evening. Listen.
Ma'am, please state your name.
Lori Parks. And I am from Detroit. And I am the National Action Network liaison for the whole Midwest.
Uh-oh.
So I came here today to hear about the ARPA funds and see how they were going to be allocated. I wanted Councilman Mays to go through all of how it was going to be issued and who was going to be receiving all of those funds, when they was going to be receiving it. And you may not know, but Reverend Al Sharpton and our attorneys have been watching this because this money needs to be for the citizens of Detroit, for the citizens of Flint. I'm sorry. And Councilman Mays, you might not know, is the president of the National Action Network right here in Flint. So we will be standing behind him every step of the way to make sure that this money goes to the people of the city of Flint, which is where it's needed. People are hurting all across this country. And they need the money to make sure that they get the work done that's needed in their homes. Thank you.
Next speaker.
And the Queen.
My name is Minister Candy Joe, and I'm here on behalf of the homeless because we have homeless centers that are out here kicking people out for not following rules because they have personal issues similar to what you guys are doing in here right now. I'm in a shelter right now, and I had to call the shelter to tell them I wouldn't be back because y'all are in here arguing like young little kids. My 10-year-old godson and my 17-year-old son have more common sense to know that you can't disrespect somebody and you can't get upset for somebody looking at you. And she didn't even say it that way.
Hello.
We can't even walk on the street now because if somebody looks at us wrong, we're gonna get shot by a bullet. We can't sit in here and set a tone for the city when the city council can't even act right.
Hello.
So we're here about money that the deadline is June 1st. The deadline is June 1st. If we don't do that by the deadline, it goes back to the government. Flint's still sitting here grounded. And I've been homeless for 9 months and in 3 different shelters. And I'm a minister. God don't want his people running around like this. I know none of y'all are sitting out there homeless. Y'all aren't worried about where your next meal is coming from. I get $23 in food stamps. I make $1,800 a month, and now I'm out of work because I got a broke foot. But now we're arguing about ARPA money? Just vote yes, it needs to be done. Should nobody be living in sewage? We can agree to disagree. God is love. It's called unity. It's time for Flint to unite and stop begging and showing this country who we aren't. This is God's hand. That's why it's shaped like a hand. God's hand's all over this.
No.
So now it's time to give the land back to God where it's supposed to be and quit letting the government run the show.
God is not involved in any of that. Look at this. Look at them. Look. They go Murphy, Priestley, Worthy. Now, Pfeiffer listening, Herkenroder, she right here. She ain't looking.
I'm Darius. That's all you gonna get. Listen.
I'm Darius. That's all you gonna get.
The young lady just spoke and said like June 1st coming up real soon. June 1st coming up real soon. And Priestley, I don't need the faces when I'm talking. I'm a citizen. You gonna respect me as one. It's already a clown show. Listen, I got people all over the nation. I was just in Texas. All they talking about is the clown show in Flint. It feel real bad for this city council. Y'all okay with it? Y'all just okay with just chilling. You got you, really, you just relax like everything okay. The guy in the suit, I half y'all names I don't even know no more. I stopped tuning in, man. It's a clown show. This is a clown show, man. All the people is asking for is for y'all to care about the citizens again. Show some support, so that y'all care about the same people that voted y'all in. She made a valid point though. All of y'all sitting in comfortable positions. Y'all homes comfortable, all of that rules. Y'all don't have those issues. When y'all do, y'all know who to go to. But is it tiring to you, Worthy? Is this tiring, hearing this stuff tiring to you? Are you excited? I'm not the one, I'm gonna call you out and everybody else out. I don't belong to nobody, I don't belong to no group, organization, or nothing. So you can't come after me about nothing. It is what it is. My upset is that when I came back to the city, I'm a returning citizen. When I left, it wasn't in shambles like it is. I come back and I see the council and what's going on. Y'all done tore this city up, man. And then y'all got money in your hands and y'all ain't doing nothing about it. It's sad. We got children out here that need money for the city. Y'all care nothing about these black kids. Clearly y'all don't. And that's what pissed me off. Because y'all care nothing about these black kids. Everybody's shooting against Mays. I know Mays caused a lot of arguments and stuff, but y'all should be running behind them because you know all the rules, you know what needs to be done.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Clinton Bird, and the first question I have is, sir, right there, what is your name? I've been looking at you while people walk up. You've been looking at your phone, uninterested. You and the woman next to you. Councilman Murphy. Councilman Murphy. You have been looking uninterested, looking at your phone as these people have been speaking. She's doing it too, and the fact that she's, how are you in positions of power and you're not listening to the people? I'm coming here on behalf of people for the Flint Housing Commission because you guys need to look at them because they're getting money and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. I literally have a slip and fall in my entire apartment for the past year and they're doing nothing. So you guys appoint the board members. Can you give some accountability to the Flint Housing Board? I challenge any of you guys to come with me to Riker Manor and walk my building and see that they are lying about what they are doing. Now, the AR and all that, that's y'all. For Flint Housing Commission and these other entities in Flint that are downing us, y'all can do something about it. Y'all put people on the Flint board, Housing Commission board, am I right or wrong? Right or wrong, council, y'all put people on the Flint Housing Commission board, right? Then y'all need to talk to them. I challenge y'all to walk through my apartment building, Riker Manor, and you will see that they're telling the money that we got millions for government for doing this. They're not doing any of it. And it's not just Flint Housing, it's a lot of entities in the city that aren't doing what they're supposed to do because you are not holding them accountable.
Nope. So
I'm not, you guys, what y'all got going on, okay. But you can at least hold some of these other entities accountable. Hamilton, North Saginaw engages in negligence and malpractice. Flint Housing Board, there are entities that you guys have and talk to that aren't doing what they're supposed to do. So if you don't want to fix what y'all got going on, fix the rest of the city for us residents that are still here and love the city.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Thank you. And also, if you would like to see, I have pictures from my building.
Thank you, Mr.
And I can show you where I walk in my apartment and I got a slip and fall. I was already disabled, on life support. A slip and fall can kill me. Housing Commission don't care. Well, maybe the people you appoint would. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Council. My name is Royal Brooks. I'm a business owner in the city of Flint, 1415 Broadway.
facility is one of those who is about to fall into decay due to the ill repair. We started this process years ago under a program called it was just before the pandemic took place, when you had the PPP, the EILD, and a couple other acronyms like MSLP, of which all of our facilities are supposed to help small businesses, literally flat out refuse to help us at any stage. We have a small business administration who sits back and says, well, you're not big enough in order to support you, or we don't do that, or that's not in our will. Well, this is a situation that occurred under this pandemic. Over $27 trillion was invested inside of our national economy. Over $47 million was invested inside of the state of Michigan for minority-owned businesses. Not a penny of it has gone to the minority business community. We got an example. We have underneath the Consolidated Appropriations Act, we have the ESEP, called Emergency Capital Improvement or Investment Program. The bank, a credit union here in the city of Flint, Elder Credit Union, was authorized $173 million, of which they told two executives of my company that we have not started issuing monies out because there was a technicality at the federal level. Later on, I get a phone call from one of their representatives telling us that they had ran out of the funds. This is not acceptable. We have another bank that got $7 million. Security credit union got $7 million. When we call them, they have no clue. No clue about the monies that's supposed to come into this community. We have people here asking about another program, and everybody's acting like as if we can't give any help to anybody that's inside of this community that has 54% of the people living underneath poverty level. We need to have some kind of change happen here so that we can start getting these monies flowing into our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Right, here we go. Here we go to the community down here.
So
what was y'all at Saturday, right?
Sir, what's your name?
Lewis Jr.
Thank you. Proceed.
Where was y'all at? All these people from y'all board, y'all can't take a day off. I'm retired, but I still work. Come on, Murphy, you was there. These people, they need their stuff done. We got from the June 1st, y'all want the money to go back? Y'all act like Megan. Y'all acting like Megan, straight up. That's a Megan spirit. Give it back. Y'all taking away from these people, from us. Come on, man, make it make sense. Mr. President, where was you at? Out of all people, you should have been there, Saturday. You the president. Yeah, right. I ain't bashing nobody because, but man, this is Flint on the map. We always been on the map for the water. This is just a bucket. This is nothing. This like the sister said. We already know y'all want us out, but we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going no motherfucking where. Straight up.
Next speaker, please.
Gina, City of Flint resident. This is disgusting that I have to have a conversation nearly every day with my 15-year-old daughter that goes to Powers because this council is getting laughed at by the kids. Half of the kids that go there don't even live in Flint, but they so interested in this council because it's like BT, a reality show for them. This is something y'all might need to try. Like we used to do when I went to Pierce. We would go and take something called a field trip and learn about things. Maybe you need to take a field trip to Ben Harbor, take a field trip to Saginaw, take a field trip to Detroit, because everybody else don't run like this. You don't know the rules and you're trying to outschool the councilman. It's not going to happen. All you're going to do is what the people, the seats that y'all in, they tried it. They've been trying it. They tried it. They did the same thing y'all trying to do, run them up. It don't make sense. I can tell you what you're going to vote before you vote. It's gonna always be 6-3. And every now and then, Mr. Pfeiffer will come on back over on this side. Because you was on our side. You wanted that seat bad. You paid a lot of money to be in that seat. But we will get you out of that seat. You have to be fair. You understand business. You know what's going on. You know they running the clock down on us because the money go back June 1st. So why is we sitting here fighting about it?
I want my share.
Y'all trying to run that clock down so we don't get our money. Have a good afternoon.
Next public speaker. Next public speaker.
My name is White King Lewis. I've been a long-term resident of Flint, Michigan. I just wanted to start by saying peace and blessings to everyone within the sound of my voice. I am here to ask a few questions and talk about the horrible event that happened at the Baymont Hotel. First question, are you going to give the federal government back the interest that was collected from the opera funds? Second, how is it that you would rather sit on this money, collect the interest, as opposed to putting it back into the community by putting people to work, programs, opening programs, businesses, community centers, summer camps, teaching skills, trades, teaching them life lessons to keep our children out of the streets? Now to talk a little bit about what happened at the Baymont Hotel.
At the who?
I understand it was in Mount Morris Township, but those were children of Flint, Michigan, of the city of Flint.
Excuse me.
It's heartbreaking and it's very disturbing. This behavior seems like it's happening more and more. We, notice I said we, all have failed these children. There used to be a time, not so long ago, when we cared about what went on in our community and we worked together to raise these children. Now, if what happened at the Baymont and all the other senseless deaths that then happened with our youth don't move you to say we need to do something to improve our community and our conditions by allowing the people to access these funds in order to change their community and their environment, then shame on you.
What's your point?
Now, I would like to address the council.
Ma'am, give me just, what's your point?
Look at this.
I'm having a hard time hearing her because the audience is very loud.
Can the audience, or
I'd like to hear the speaker.
let's give the members of the audience, please give the speaker.
Look. They interrupted her with 3 seconds left on the clock.
Here's the same respect that others were given. Ma'am, please continue.
And Herkenroder is here.
Okay, so I'll start with this part.
You do only have 3 seconds left, just to know. I'm sorry. Okay, hang on. Davina said that she accepted.
No, I haven't been to any of the past council meetings, but I am here now.
Read the room, ma'am.
I watch the meetings on YouTube, and what I see is arguing back and forth over personal feelings.
Yes.
And in the meantime, the people are the one that's suffering and they're hurting. And I get it. No one wants to be disrespected. You might not agree with everything that people said, or it might hurt your feelings, but at least hear the people out there, all the residents, at least hear them out. Just say something like, what is it that I can possibly do to make it better? And how can we move forward from this point?
Thank you, ma'am. That is your time.
Have a great.
Next public speaker, please.
Here she go. Next public speaker, please.
Point of order.
What's your
Here she
point?
go.
Madam Chair, the rules state that all cell phones should be silenced during council meetings, and I'm hearing phones ringing.
All right, thank you.
That was
Councilwoman
Priestley.
So just as a
And this is, I hate the optics of this because you have Priestley, Herkenroder, how do you pronounce her name? You have Priestley, Herkenroder, and what's her name? Worthless. They're all doing their points of order. And they're ordering Lewis, the water buffalo, around. They're like, can you tell them about this and this and this? And then she's like, oh yes. Yes. If there's any outbursts, then we're gonna have you removed from the meeting. We have to stay in order. We have to always stay in order. And we have to be, what she said, we have to be professional and have decorum and germane. We have to be in order at all times. We have to be in order. I know Munchkin. You hear the BS too, don't you? You know it's some BS, don't you, Munchkin? These lies being told.
Reminder, all cell phones should be silenced during the meeting.
Thank you.
To avoid disruptions. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brenda Harris, and I live on the north end of Flint. And I've been living in the first ward for 51 years. My house needs a roof. I have been jumping through the hoops with the non-profit. I miss deadlines. Now I need a roof on my house. Y'all got the money? I need a roof on my house. I don't need all this other stuff that y'all is doing.
Cause she's saying I don't give a shit about y'all not getting along, y'all arguing. I need a roof on my house. Make it so.
Y'all ought to be walking on your feelings and not let everything everybody say cause y'all to disrupt y'all meeting.
Hello?
Now y'all all humans, and we all humans. We all have rights. And we're supposed to respect each other, whether you agree with us or not. And then y'all all elected officials.
Hello?
And I'm coming to y'all, asking y'all to help me get a roof on my house. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie, and I am a resident of Grand Blanc, but I do have property here in Flint area. I just want to tell you all today, I am very disappointed in what I have observed today. I've never seen, for a group of people that are supposed to be leaders, and I say that loosely, because I haven't seen a tap of leadership here today. Excuse me, Ms. Priestley and Ms. Harker-Motor, can I get your attention, please?
Call them out.
Thank you.
Call them out.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I'm taking too much of your time or bothering you with your duties on your phone. But you all, we've got to get this thing together. You got people like that woman is 50 years old and she needs the roof on her house, like she said. Where's the money at? What are y'all doing? These games that y'all playing with people not liking each other and all of this stuff. If I was in a boardroom at my job or on one of my other groups of things that I belong to, I would be, the way this meeting has been conducted,
you fired.
I would be fired.
You're fired.
Maybe that's what needs to happen. Maybe I need to be fired.
Next public speaker, please.
Did you see that
Next public speaker, please.
Liddell turned this entire crowd against them? Her attitude.
I'm Audrey Muhammad. I just wanted to speak real quick, because I know I only got 2 minutes, on some things that has been kind of disturbing to me. We have a charter that I have not seen being followed, and I know you, Quincy, we were part of that council or that board that brought about that charter. So I know that you know what the charter is. This ain't a dig at you, but y'all come on, let's start following what the charter says and quit laying down on it. We deserve better as citizens. I know I deserve better, and I'm sure the ones behind me also deserve better. I also want to talk about the abuse of authority from the councils with always calling, as soon as somebody don't agree with you, calling up Officer Metcalf. But Officer Metcalf should not be coming and putting his hands on anybody. To tap somebody on their shoulder is him abusing his authority with putting their hands on him. Officer Metcalf, please don't do that no more. If somebody comes up and they're having a problem with one of them and they're saying something, ask them to be removed. Don't touch them, because you touched me the last time because one of the council people called you up. That the next time that happened, I will be filing a formal complaint against you, because that's abuse of your authority. I want to let you all know.
Remember that Murphy gave this wonderful speech about the police and police being weaponized as abuse of authority? Remember that?
Because you have 6 people who vote and you say that is the ruling. Remember, the judge said that you all was wrong with the way you ruled against Councilman May before. And then also remember, just because it's 6 of you who vote for something, it don't mean that it's right. Slavery was legal also. It was legal. It didn't mean that it was right. We had black people who voted along with the slave master that keep us enslaved, and many of the slaves didn't know that they was free. So don't think because the 6 of you voting for something that is right.
So that was a dig at Murphy and the water buffalo, Liddell.
Next public speaker, please.
Claire McClinton, resident of Flint. And sometimes we feel like when we talk to the council, our voices go up into the clouds and dissipate and disappear. And I just want to remind the council again, the ARPA money is our money. It's not your money. That ARPA money is our money. And it's a sad representation of people who represent the people who don't hear the voices of the people. Now, I just want to say something right quick about this notion about we don't have the capacity. Stop that foolishness. That's foolishness. We had $85 million come here for pipe replacement. You didn't give the money to Community First. You didn't give the pipe replacement money to the Mott Foundation. You didn't give the pipe replacement money to Uptown Development. That money came here. You asked for contracts and the work was done. Now let's not pretend it wasn't some problems with that. But don't tell me we don't have capacity. Stop that. If you want to fix up people's homes, which you should be doing, we don't need some invisible committee out there. We need you to put contracts out there and let people bid for them. Let's get this show on the road and get people's pipes replaced. And one last thing. We went to all the meetings on ARPA funds, what the people wanted. Nobody asked for $300 credit. Nobody asked for that. And the same people that got the credit, you're out there turning their water off. Stop the foolishness.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Rita Stanley. I live at 2211 Ronell Boulevard, 2nd Ward, Flint, Michigan. I was here at the committee meeting last week, and resolution 230154 was on the agenda, but we were unable to get to that. And and that resolution is to amend the district library agreement for the renaming of the library to the Gloria Coles Library. That was voted on by the Flint Public Library Board of Directors, Board of Trustees, I'm sorry, September 2022. We do have a celebration for the renaming on June 3rd, 2023. And so I am asking the City Council to vote in favor of that amendment and to consider
She kind of sounds like
moving,
Carol Channing.
that resolution along with Resolution 230162, the administration process of the American Rescue Plan Act, up in your agenda this evening.
And raspberries. Raspberries.
To the council, my name is Reverend Freeland Brell Jr.
I like him.
Pastor of Faith Baptist Temple, longtime resident of Flint, Michigan. Might as well tell you I'm from Flint Central High School.
Let me tell you what, he sound like if you grew up in the 90s, Billy D. Williams used to be the spokesperson for Colt 45 and Schlitz malt liquor. He'd be like, this is Billy D. Williams for Colt 45. That's how he sound.
1960. I've been around Flint a little while. I've watched this council from afar off.
Come on, Lando.
But every now and then, something needs to be said. What has been said, I believe the proper way to say it is ditto, ditto, ditto. But I must say this about the ARPA money. And it's been here over a couple of years. And it's sitting in somebody's, what is it, judiciary. Somebody is gaining interest off of this money. Monies have been allocated by this council to other entities of this city. I think somebody said the land bank got 12 or 16 million allocated already. Even the county commissioners allocated money to the land bank. And it's been going elsewhere. But how a resident of Flint with a leaking roof, a leaking basement, been a retiree of General Motors over 38 years working for General Motors. But when I go down to borrow money to renovate my home that I've been living in since 1964 to keep my property looking good, I can't qualify for a loan. All of these other little entities come up to help people, the cap is too low. I make too much money. Now before my time, it looks like it's gone. But I got to say this and I'm sitting down. You all got to get your act together.
Get your shit together.
And what it has been said, it takes 5 votes to move this business in the city. And it looked like 5 of us that look like me. Y'all ought to come together. We could run this business of this city.
Thank you, Dr. Junk-shon. Next question, please.
Oh, this one here, please pay attention to this one.
Mr. Bird, please come to order. Please. Mr. Murphy.
This gentleman in the front is hollering out in the audience, being rude, and I would ask that he be given his first warning.
You hear that? Not call Murphy a bitch.
Officer Metcalf,
thank you.
Please remove this gentleman.
You hear him? He's calling the police on somebody in the audience. But I thought that it was abuse of power.
Thank you very much. Officer Metcalf, can you remove him out of the meeting?
The hypocrisy. This is hypocrisy for me.
Officer Metcalf,
Mr. Bird.
It is the hypocrisy for me.
Could you please, thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Felicia Dawn Harper, resident of Flint. I'm here because 9 years ago I moved here. 9 years ago I lobbied on Capitol Hill for Flint when the water crisis hit. We were told that it would take 10 years for there to be change to happen in Flint in reference to the water pipes in the water. And so we're in year 9. Also, the front of my house still has a hole in it from when they came and dug up the ground. They put gravel. They told me they would be back the next week. And that's been, 3-4 years? Also, Ms. Lewis, this is my first time actually ever seeing you, and I am a resident of your ward. I've never seen you come into my neck of the woods to petition. I just have never seen you, so I'm so shocked to see you. So hello, you're my council person. This is my first time at a council meeting. I watch on YouTube often, very disheartened when friends from around the country send things, post things, and I'm like, wow, that is my council that they're posting. Miss Allie, you and I have been friends. I don't even know this person that you are that sits on this thing. I'm like so disheartened because you and I basically came here the same time. I knew your drive and your goals. I don't know what has happened. I am just like, I don't know who you are. So I say this to say, again.
And I think that this was the catalyst of Allie wanting to resign.
Driving your goals, I don't know what has happened. I am just like, I don't know who you are. So I say this to say, again, this is my first time speaking before the council. I pray that things change. I work in Flint schools. Our kids are watching our board and our council. What message are we sending to our children? And then we say that our children misbehave when their elders are misbehaving as well. Thank you.
Next public speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Sarah Houston. I'm a lifelong resident of Flint. I have a couple of things I want to bring to your attention. First of all, Genesee County houses the largest deaf population in the state of Michigan. We hold the Michigan School for the Deaf right here, and we never have a sign language interpreter up here for access for our deaf citizens who pay taxes as well. When you did have one up here, she was not certified. It was just somebody you knew, and she's not certified in the state of Michigan. It is law that interpreters are to be certified in the state of Michigan. And also, what interpreter do you think is gonna sit up here for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours while y'all playing and arguing like little kids? I'm not gonna do it, and I'm a sign language interpreter. And I would love to give access to my people here in Flint where I grew up and know and love them all, and they want the access. But nobody's gonna sit down here for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours. Hold on, excuse me. As a person who was raised by a deaf person, I need eye contact. When you don't give me eye contact, when you don't give me eye contact, that tells me you don't care.
They don't care.
Excuse me, Mrs. Worthing, you don't care. And the fact that you can still sit there with your hand on your face, elected, as far as I'm concerned, I think every single last one of y'all need to be recalled. Because this is ridiculous. I wasn't even coming here today. I came here just because I happened to see it on Facebook and I was out and about, and I've been talking about coming to council meetings because I do watch them on YouTube. You guys are embarrassing. You're embarrassing. Put your petty personal thoughts to the side. Be professionals and handle the business of this city so that we can see the money that we need to get where we need to be. And lastly, as a people, the first thing we do when calling the police on our people, foul. 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 And I just said that by sitting over there. It doesn't matter. I don't agree with everything. I don't
particularly care for Mr. Mays, but I think that his heart's in the right place. So let's get all this personal stuff aside, handle the business of the city of Flint, which were you elected to do, or be recalled.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Samara Horn. I am a long-time resident of Flint. What I wanted to get up here to talk about today is the fact that there is a lot of funds that come into the city of Flint. However, when you ride through the heart of Flint, you don't see the allocation of said funds. It's so much that's been going on in this particular meeting that I don't even know where to start. But I will say this: I wish you guys would band together and use the weight of your seats to help the city of Flint, as opposed to whatever this is that y'all got going on personally with one another. Because it doesn't seem as though you guys care about us. So you should, as the others have stated, you should really step down from your seat if you don't care about the city of Flint. With that being said, I also want to say, make sure that the ARPA funds get allocated as they're supposed to, because that should be first and foremost. So I really, as some of the people behind me stated that June 1st, you guys have until June 1st or those funds will be allocated. That is something very serious. So please, again, make sure that the allocation of these ARPA funds go towards the help of all these other residents and those that are coming to speak and others that couldn't even make it. Thank you.
It's an overwhelming, overarching theme here. Do your job.
Evening. I'm here right now to speak on behalf of a resident that is disabled that couldn't make it. So the letter that George Cooper wrote, Mr. Brooks is going to read, please. And then after that, I will speak on my behalf.
Mr. Cooper said, "Dear council members, I am writing you today to express my concerns about the current state of our city. I have lived in the city of Flint for my entire life, and I have seen firsthand the challenges that the city faces. And he asked a question. He said, I am deeply troubled by the lack of communication and transparency between the city council and the residents of the city of Flint. I find it that being properly informed about what is happening in our city requires me to turn on the TV, where he asked the question, where are the newspapers and printed advertisements that would notify us of any of these changes? He also said, I am also concerned about the level of infighting and dysfunction within the city council. It seems that you are more interested in scoring political points than you are working together to solve problems like the ARPA fund. This isn't the time for this type of bickering. We need to pull together and use these funds properly. I urge you to put aside your differences and work together to restore Flint to its glory, like it once was.
It will never happen.
Stop walking out of meetings and leaving agendas undone. Consider extending the ARPA funds an additional period so that people like myself who is handicapped or homebound and disabled can have a chance to apply for these funds. We need you to work together and make Flint a better place to live. We need you to represent us, the voters who you have sworn to represent. Sincerely, George Cooper Jr.
So this is going to be me, so can you please restart? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was trying to do it on his behalf, and then.
That's what she said.
Thank you so much. All right, evening, everybody. So, I got passionate last time I spoke. I haven't been a regular of meetings like this, but because of people that I'm close to, such as George Cooper, Eric Patrick Thomas, and others in the community that I'm a part of, the ADA community or the disabled community, they ask me to come to things like that because they can't attend on a regular. They don't have the access. So that is my motivation. I don't have any ill intent for anything, but when I come to things like this, it aggravates something inside of me because it's not creating an environment of growth, progress, and creating an environment to make the citizens that voted on you all whole. That to me is a problem. But again, I'm just put out some stuff here. We got the SSBCI 2.0 that if it's used correctly, it can bring the state of Michigan upwards to $21 million, and Flint can be a beneficiary of a lot of that. Metro Community Development is one of those fiduciaries that deals with that money. The ARPA funds, $1 million has come to the community of Flint. A large majority of that money is dispersed different places, and now it's up to you to do whatever the paperwork says to make sure that the residents can get some type of wholeness out of this money. We have I-475, which is going to have $300 million worth of business coming towards it when it comes to the money that's coming, the part that we live in. And then 75 is going to have over $578 million coming to it as far as where we live. So I know there are many people, over 80,000 people that live in the city that have credentials that can be transferred into some of the work that is going to be available with these projects coming on. So far, it seems in the last 10, 15 years that the community has been not had the opportunity to compete for these dollars. And the ESEP funds is something that you guys need to be talking about when it comes to what everybody's speaking of now, because that is $173 million right now that should be accessible for the stuff people are asking for. Thank you. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
My name is Kendrick Walker. I'm a resident of the city of Flint, and I was here before, and I see, except for Eric Mays, the entire campus here, finally. So I'm gonna get down to straight to the point. Remember what I said back the last time we were in this room? I said, cease and desist the dictatorship. Now, I saw you, Councilwoman Lewis, you went off the deep end talking to Winfrey Carter and Burton saying that they were out of line. With all due respect, you were the one that was out of line. All times that can be counted. And not just tonight either, the last time you were here. And who knows how many more city council members. That's right, you were out of line. And despite what you said to Eric Mays, even committee chairs gotta know there are rules to follow, and they can be held in contempt and be removed from the committee meetings. I've seen it happen in Congress. You got no immunity here. And it goes there before. Or Eva Worthing, who loves to be on the phone as I can see, and Piper, and Murphy, who has a reputation of interrupting people when they're talking in public speakers and all that stuff. And Priestley, and Herkenroder, and you, Lewis. It needs to stop right now. You want to uphold opera funds? Bad decision. These people are suffering. They want to see some work done. They're tired of the circus show, and some embarrassment has been shown all over the world through YouTube. Cease and desist immediately. Otherwise, it's time for the 6 of you to step down and resign tonight, before midnight. Can't do your jobs, resign tonight. Don't bother coming back to work the next day, just resign. It's time to move on. Thank you.
For this particular institution, and in of course 22 years ago was my 10th grade year of following, observing, and attending the Flint City Council meetings. And I must say, in those 22 years of me physically attending and also watching this particular meeting, this particular city council and the previous city council has, in my opinion, has been the worst of the 22 years that I've been following what has been taking place here in this city. And I would like to say that I personally am not pleased with what is going on as of right now. It is my understanding that June the 1st is the deadline that the ARPA funds must be used up, or the federal government will extract those. I would implore everyone on this body to work together, and for those who, for whatever the reasons and the issues are, who are not willing, who are not doing what they can to work with Councilman Mays, who is my former city councilman of the 1st Ward, who I believe is, who has done a phenomenal job as a council member. Yes, we all have issues and things of that nature. However, I would implore us to work together so that we can get this accomplished. And finally, being in political office is a sacred position, and I understand that when we are held accountable from members of the community, it can be personal. I want to employ each and every one of us to do our best to not, and I'm wrapping up, I see that my time is up. I just would like to say that when you are in a position such as this, whether you are a teacher, a pastor, anything of that nature, you cannot take it personal, because you are not being addressed from a personal standpoint, you are being addressed from a political standpoint, as the work that you are doing, and people not only from within the city, but people from all of the Flint cities within the Flint region, but that we call Genesee County, are watching. So again, I would implore everyone on this body to please do what you can to work together to get these ARPA funds passed to help the people of the city of Flint. Thank you.
Adam Ford, I have Uncensored Flint Politics Group on Facebook. Please spend the ARPA money now. This is pathetic. This is beyond pathetic. Like, resign or do something. Emergency meetings every day. In other words, I support recalls. In addition, there was this person, John Cole, recently arrested on Facebook. I mean, you guys can't even do your job, so I know you care about Flint City kids. Well, let me try and get to some of these files here. But like, he was interacting with the mayor, popular with the mayor. Like, this is pathetic. Eva Worthing, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. John Cole, you are very welcome. But would like to ask you a question pertaining to the Board of Education here in the city of Flint. I just want your input of what kind of questions would you ask someone that's running for the school board here in the city of Flint, Michigan? As a teacher, what would be your perspective? I have to interview some people that's running for the Board of Education here in the city of Flint. I have a few questions of my own, but there's nothing wrong with suggesting, especially for someone of your character as a school board teacher, that you associated with this person. Can you at least apologize to the community? Like, come on now. Like, I'm glad at least I'm here having these schools care about kids, even if the Flint City Council doesn't, maybe the Flint City School Board doesn't. Carl Allen, this is 33 weeks ago. This man is using a fake name, Johnny Cole. For the article on MLive stated his name is Johnny D. Peters in his arrest record in Ann Arbor. We believe in second chances, but Mayor Neely should be vetting people before he gives them the Neely hat, t-shirt, and a box of popcorn with a sticker. Did he change his name legally, or is he lying to Flint residents too? Voters need to be careful, for lying really does matter. Lakeisha Troll, thank you, John Cole. You make all my residents feel special. Deliverance support services with John Cole. She ran for school board. Vote Lakeisha Road, Terry Carter. Terry Carter, this is 31 weeks ago. Lakeisha Stroh, #1 is voting for you as you took a registered sex offender into Flint schools and parks with kids. Come on, guys, get it together. Resign or be recalled.
Next public speaker, please. Ma'am.
Winters Hall and everybody in America knows I stay in Grand Blanc. I promised that I was not gonna speak. I'll keep my promise.
When black people like me talk to the slaves, they didn't kill them. They sent some old house Negro along behind him to undo what he said. You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There's the old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master. When the field Negroes got too much out of line, he held them back in check. He put them back on the plantation.
Now, I want you to see, this is an excerpt from Malcolm X.
He ate better, he dressed better.
This makes Vincent Murphy mad. Uh-oh.
He ate the same food his master ate and wore his same clothes. And he could talk just like his master. Good diction. And he loved his master more than his master loved himself. That's why he didn't want his master to hurt. If the master got sick, he'd say, "What's the matter, Bob? He's sick." When the master's house caught fire, he'd try and put the fire out. He didn't want his master's house burned. He never wanted his master's property threatened. And he was more defensive of it than the master was. That was the house Negro. But then you had some field Negro who lived in huts, had nothing to lose. They wore the worst kind of
Look at Murphy rubbing his hands together.
They ate the worst food.
He mad.
And they caught hell. They felt the sting of the lash. They hated their master. Oh, yes, they did. If the master got sick, they worried that the master died. If the master's house caught fire, they'd pray for a strong wind to come along. This was the difference between them.
He done got off.
And today you still have house Negroes.
He's like, I'm gonna write. I'm gonna
Thank you, Ms.
launch
Hall.
this.
Thank you, Malcolm X.
Next public speaker, please.
My name is Ruth Patterson. I live in Mount Morris Township. I am a first-time business owner and I have a business in Flint Township. I've been watching and observing the meetings. I have not always been here. And I'm not going to reiterate everything that everyone has said. I'm pretty sure the message has come across loud and clear. But I do want to say this. I am a woman of prayer, and I pray for the city of Flint. And I love the city of Flint. I was born and raised. I was born in Petoskey, but I was raised here since I was a year old, and I am 64 years old. Or should I say years young? I'm just going to read this one scripture, if I may. There needs much healing here, and the only way to go forward is not to continue to point out everybody's faults. The only way that Flint is going to progress and continue to go forward is if we can swallow our own pride and our own egos, and if we can humble ourselves one to another and forgive one another. Flint is in need of much forgiveness, not just in the council members, but in the public, amongst races, cultures, walks of life. In every area, Flint needs healing and forgiveness. 1 Corinthians chapter 13 is the chapter on love, and I'm going to read the very first scripture. If I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love for others, growing out of God's love for me, then I have become only a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal, just an annoying distraction. And if I have the gift of prophecy and I can speak a new message from God to you, even in detail, and I possess and understand all mysteries, and I possess all knowledge, and if I have all sufficient faith that I can speak and remove mountains, even if I can speak to demons and they obey, or if I can speak to an illness and you be instantly healed.
No, thank you, that's your time.
But do
She don't
not
wanna hear
have
about demons
love
'cause she
reaching
is a
out to
demon.
others, then I am nothing.
Thank you.
I just want to say, reach out to one another in love and forgiveness, and the same mercy and grace you
I don't
show
wanna hear
to
that.
others will be shown back to you.
I hear about to spin around and spit up green pea soup.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Herring. I reside at 525 Mason Street. Less than 24 hours ago, I was in church. How many people in the gallery were in church yesterday? Not as many as I thought. Not as many as I thought. But I listened to the pastor and I listened to the message that he had, and I'm wondering, what would Jesus do? Would he forgive the transgressors? Or would he punish them? Please forgive them, for they know not what they do. I'm excited that the ARPA dollars are available for roofs. I just spent $8,000 on mine. I'm still paying mine off. Because it's my responsibility. It's my roof. It's my garage. It's my siding. And I know there's agencies throughout the city of Flint that help people with those things. And I know that the paperwork and the wait is treacherous. I know it's horrible. It's horrible. I want to see these ARPA dollars used for common good. I want to see ARPA dollars used for fixing roads. I want to see ARPA dollars to get rid of these street lights that we're spending $2-3 million a year on and put LED lights in. Can you imagine if we put that $3 million back in the budget, what kind of roofs we can fix? What kind of siding we can do? That's money that we control and we can tell what to do. Let's use this money to stop paying people and pay ourselves. This is a one-shot deal. It is not going to happen again. The brother that came up before me talked about all sorts of grant monies and dollars that are coming into the city. It's available for those type of things. I don't want to tell these people to wait, but waiting might be what they should do. It's my time. I'm sorry. In all things purely social, we need to be as separate as the fingers, but one as a hand in all things beneficial to our mutual progress. Any more public speaking?
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Flint. And the ARPA money was sent for the people. That's what they sent it for the people. And instead, a whole bunch of agencies have gotten ARPA dollars. The residents of the city of Flint have gotten not one red penny. In this council packet day, they want to spend $500,000 of ARPA money, the people's money, to fix whatever's wrong at City Hall. Well, I do have enough sense to know that for building fixtures and all like that, you all have that in your budget. The ARPA money was here for the people. People's roofs are leaking. They need windows. You know, I can even see Ms. Lewis, I know you didn't support her, to get the poop out of people's basement in the second ward. You didn't support it.
Sure didn't.
In your ward. And then then we have an esteemed pastor here. That Miss Lewis said, you disrespected him. Not once, but twice.
Hello.
He's a man of God. You disrespected him. Just do right by the opera funds. Do right by the opera funds. Because they're for we the people. Thank you.
Any more public speakers? Any more public speakers? All right, so with that being said, it looks like public speaking is now closed. Oh. Okay.
My name is Junk-shon. Quincy, you need to get on Philadelphia and North and cut that grass. Have somebody cut that grass. Okay. You need to get on Philadelphia and North and have someone to cut the grass. Miss Lewis, I know why you didn't want nobody to get that money for that sewage back up. Because you don't live there. You live out of town. You come here every now and then when there's a meeting. That's when you come. I got the information. You, Miss, what's your name? Worthy? You were here 2 weeks ago, and you did this to all of us. And I got it on camera. My grandson has it on camera. And then you're out in the parking lot saying that we're threatening you. We have nothing against you, and you. You white women mean nothing to us. Ooh. Nothing. And I don't really know your name. You're quiet. What's your name? The man. Okay, Pfeiffer. When you play so stupid, it's ridiculous. And when I say stupid, when you asked that money over there on Miller Road, we gave it to you. When we need money on the north side, you turn us down. Now y'all need to get this act together. Because that's all it is, an act. You play stupid when you want to, and then you act like you know everything and you don't know shit.
Public speaking is now closed.
I know that's right.
Time for council response.
I know you shut that down.
Any response from council? Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I want to thank first all 36 speakers because this is your money. We're your council. And if we're not doing our jobs, then we should go. That's just the way it is. We owe a responsibility to set aside our dislikes to work together. We don't get along. I support everyone's project, and they don't like me. And I'm fine with that because I'm here for the people. I have one project, House of Esther. They act like I was doing something wrong supporting the babies. You know, that was wrong. They didn't support that. So some of these people, they're mean. They're mean. And some have a nasty attitude. And that's just the way that it is. Adam Ford, every time I look up and think about that Johnny Cole, aka Johnny D. Peters, it angers me because we did not protect the children in our community. He is not in my circle. I don't have child molesters in my circle. I'm not friendly with them. I don't deal with people who are deviant sexual predators. They're not my buddies. I don't text them, I don't call them, I don't bring them around me, and they can't use my reputation and influence to get over on people. Now that young boy is 14 and he gave him HIV. He destroyed his life. So when we hanging around.
That's Worthless's friend.
People, we have a responsibility to be careful. There's a House Bill 4050, which says volunteers should, which was passed about 3 months ago in the state, that you should do a background check by State Rep Neely. Johnny Peters was with her and Mayor Neely. She should have had a background check. You got these kids around here, and we're not being responsible. Sometimes you got to be careful because you can be the company that you keep. You have to be careful. We're failing our community. This ARPA fund.
Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna wrap up, please. Could you let the others go, ma'am? And I'm gonna wrap it up. The June 1st deadline is a proposed one by the GOP. It may be the June 1st, but it's not for certain. That's what they're asking. 2 minutes is not enough. Thank you for indulging me, Madam Chair.
No problem. Anyone else would like to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Murphy-Carter.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the speakers. I sat here and I took notes. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I'm really happy to see you all today. I want to say that I echo the sentiments of the residents. You know, the ARPA money, that's your money. And you guys should be enraged that this money has not come to you guys for home improvements, whatever you need. Because we've had this money since May of 2021. Yeah, we've had this money. And you guys should have been taken care of first. And I've said this before. And then I want to touch on something that Councilwoman Burns mentioned about Johnny Cole. I want you guys to know that a couple of weeks ago, Johnny Cole was walking around here in these chambers because I believe, and it's just my opinion, that he was called here by a couple of our council members to come to protect him. Okay?
That would be
we got a couple of
deeply
council members that was rolling with Johnny Cole. Ms. Priestley, were you rolling with him? You keep looking at me. Yeah, he was called here. He was walking around like he was gonna jump on somebody. If you messed with certain council members. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy-Carter. Anyone else would like to speak during council response?
Yes.
Here go Queenie.
Thank all the speakers for speaking. While some say I was just on my phone, I was taking notes from the time when somebody said the $500 roof permit. But I want to spend my 2 minutes talking about the video that Winters Halls did
here we go.
About the house Negroes and the field Negroes. This council person is a proud Black African American man that serves as a third ward city councilman. So I don't know who insinuating some house Negroes or field Negroes. So I want to be clear to you and whoever may think that may be towards me or my colleague or whoever, because it's only a couple of Black African Americans up here. But what I do want to bring to your attention, when you look at the last 30 years, we don't have people in position that look like me and you, Winters Hall, Black African American people, and as a result of them in leadership, position. When y'all go back to y'all community, whether it's the first ward, second ward, third ward, fourth ward, or whatever ward, our neighborhoods look a mess. And I only been in office for a year and a half. And I do agree that my ward is a mess. But when you want to call somebody house Negroes or use a video in the city,
Excuse me, we're out of order in the audience.
Point of order, point of order. He cannot address and become argumentative. It's against council rules with, yes, you are, with the audience. That is the council rule. What's 26, I think, .2. You cannot become argumentative with members of the audience.
Point of order denied. He was just speaking.
He's breaking the rule. Point of order. Point of order.
What did you do?
So you are going to violate the rule as the chair. That is our council rule. You're violating the council rule that we voted on.
No.
Yes, you are. You cannot become argumentative. It's a rule.
According to the rules, the chair has the prerogative to.
According to 26.2, you cannot become argumentative. That's the council rule.
Again, Mr. Murphy was not.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I support her appeal.
Okay.
Point of order.
Officer Metcalf, could you please come forward a little bit just so we can maintain order in the crowd? Thank you. Thank you.
Every meeting she chairs is like this.
Thank you.
It's always a shit show.
Officer Metcalf, could we please remove her for... Okay, so again, we have an appeal of the ruling of the chair, where the chair denied Council Burns' ruling because he did not violate the rule, that rule 26.3 that was stated, because he was in the middle of his council response. So, Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
It is rule 27.2 where it states during any portion, has nothing to do with this time, during any portion of any meeting. So you're clear, Chair? Council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. You need to look at that rule, memorize it, because you're wrong. It says anytime. It doesn't matter if it's in the council response. He cannot become argumentative with Mrs. Winters Hall. He can't do that. That's the rule. You voted on this rule. So what you need to do is support the rule you voted for. You voted for this rule. It is a council rule. It was adopted. That is true. It doesn't state, Ms. Lewis, that because he was in his council response, he may disagree with Mrs. Hall. And that's fine, but you cannot become argumentative with members of the audience during any portion of the meeting. Now, you are being a clear dictator. You like saying deny. You need to stop that. You got people coming up here in your ward saying to you, giving you a soft warning and saying, hey, we want to see you do better. But you just keep doubling down, and I just don't understand it. You like being wrong. You're not even representing the people in your community. I don't get you. People come in here, they praying for you, and you don't get, you missing it. But it bothered you when the lady said the demons. Then you wanted to put her out and stop her from talking. 27.2. Not at any time, for any reason, it's a council rule. And it's the chair of this committee of special affairs. It's your duty to know that and to honor that, to chair correctly and to chair fairly. You're not chairing fairly. You have no intention. No intention. And I get you don't like everybody on here. You might even like Mrs. Hall and what Councilman Murphy said. But you have to make sure as you protect your friends, you protect the members out there in the gallery too. That's your responsibility. So I got my time here. So when you say it's not in there, it's in there. You have a rule that you voted on and a responsibility. And it says at any time. And so you need to say, hey, I'm wrong, let me recant that. Hey, I apologize. You know, Councilman Murphy called her out, Mrs. Winters Hall by name, and was going back and forth. You can't do that at any time. I implore you to do better also, Madam Chair.
Anyone else like to speak on the appeal?
They go that tone.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Come on, on the appeal.
I agree with Councilwoman Burns. The rule does state during any portion of any meeting, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. Mr. Murphy has a habit of doing that. He does it all the time. And it has to stop. And it's up to the chair to give him a warning. It shouldn't happen. Oh, but you know what? These are the people that she rolled with. Now, had I done that, or had Councilwoman Burns have become argumentative with the audience, we would have been out of here. We would have had a warning. Oh, a couple of weeks ago, Councilwoman Warren became argumentative with Miss Arthur Woodson across the way. Did she call her out of order?
Nope.
No. See, there's a double standard.
Clearly.
There's a double standard up here.
I'd agree.
And I want the people in the community to see exactly what's going on. There's a different treatment. And yeah, we do have a couple of house Negroes that sit amongst us here on this council. I'll be voting against the chair. Thank you.
Well, you're a I was like, me too.
Anyone else like to speak during the appeal?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. Well,
here you come.
When I was addressing the issue, that Winters Hall brought up with the video talking about house Negroes and field Negroes. So there's only a couple of African Americans up here that she could that video could be referring to.
Really?
So I was talking in general about the house Negroes and the field Negroes. And also I was talking in general about the history of the black leadership that the city of Flint has had in the past. And as a result of the black leadership, some of the black leadership that we have in the community, our communities look like they look now. Not because within the last year and a half.
So he's saying this because he does not want to take any responsibility for how his ward looks. So that's why he said from the last year and a half, that's how long he's been on the council, is the last year and a half. So it's not his fault. It was already fucked up when he got it. And we just continue to let it stay fucked up.
Certain black individuals got elected, and as a result of us getting elected, our community is looking like it's looking now. But to come up and
come on,
put a video, play a video talking about house Negroes and field Negroes, I thought it was important as a black African American man who has worked in this community for over 30 years to get to where I'm at now. To hear that, it saddens me. Rather, it was directed towards me or my colleagues. So I was addressing the issue in general that Winters Hall brought up, talking about the house Negroes and the field Negroes.
Yeah.
So therefore,
I believe you.
That's what I was addressing, not personally addressing went this hard because me and her don't have no personal relationship, but I was addressing the video. That stood out to me. The video.
Boy, he is turning himself into all type of knots to try and make the math. It is just turning himself into a pretzel to make the math, and the math ain't mathing. I don't care what you say.
Video stood out to me, so I was addressing that individual. Now, my response may not be what people wanted it to be, but I was responding to the video because it's important that we make sure that we put good messaging out to the community, because people are watching this Facebook Live or wherever live, and then people in the audience. So I don't want people to go away thinking that this councilman is a house Negro or field Negro. This person is a Black African-American, proud Black man that understand where I came from, and I will not sit here and think that me or any of my colleagues that's African-American is some house Negroes or some field Negroes. I thought that was very distasteful.
He is such a queen. Y'all see why I say he's a queen? All of that gesturing and all of that moving your head, pointing and doing all. That's what 9-year-old girls do. This is when they go to middle school. Like, this is where girls learn how to become bitches. It's about middle school. This is the type of behavior that you learn in middle school. He acts like a little middle school age girl.
I'm done.
Be done.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else would like to speak on that appeal? Anyone would like to speak? Well, seeing that there is none, I will utilize my time at the end. According to Rule 27.2, which was read into the record by Councilperson Burns, during any portion of any meetings, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason.
Not to go to members of the council cannot engage in any argumentative behavior with any person at any time for any reason. Continue.
That is an accurate statement.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it is not fitting for this specific occurrence. Mr. Murphy, he was utilizing his 3 minutes to speak during, 2 or 3 minutes to speak during council response. He was not speaking to anyone directly, but he was speaking to the video.
He mentioned the lady name a couple of times and pointed at her.
Speaking to the video put forth by Mrs. Hall. He stated her name, so he stated his name for the
request for information.
Y'all terrible.
Did you realize he did call her name numerous times by name, first and last name?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Burns.
Thank you.
So
I don't care.
As he was speaking,
that's my
he was
queen.
making a reference. So you will know he was speaking about. You know exactly what he was speaking about.
Girl, bye.
He was not speaking directly or attacking an audience member.
Lie.
So with that said, that's why the chair did not agree with the utilization of Rule 27.2, because Mr. Murphy was not speaking directly to Mrs. Hall. He was speaking for his council response.
Lies.
And so with that being said, a yes vote will overturn the ruling. A yes vote. A yes vote means that you will, don't agree with the chair, and a no vote means that you will sustain the ruling of the chair. Again, a no vote means that you will sustain the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing? No. Mr. Mays is absent. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hergenroder?
Like I said, y'all doing it wrong.
The vote is 2 yes, 6 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 6 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So moving forward, Mr. Murphy, you still have some time. Are you done speaking? Hold on. You can't hear? Okay, again, we're asking for the audience to be brought to order. If you cannot be brought to order, you will be asked to leave by Officer Metcalf. So we need for the audience to be in order so we can conduct the business of the city. Public response is now over. Public speaking is over. All right, so.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. And then for the young lady that spoke about me needing to cut the grass on the corner of Philadelphia and North Street, I put a referral in.
He does cut grass.
After you said that, me and you did talk on the phone earlier today about other issue. It would have been so great for you to also bring up that same issue when we talked on the phone earlier when I called you. But I also added on the I went on the property portal because the land bank owned one of those lots, the lot across the street.
Mr. Murphy, that's your time.
Okay, I'm wrapping up. The lot across the street is privately owned, but I did put a referral in to try to have some people there to cut the grass. Thank you.
All right, anyone else would like to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Thank you. I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who came out tonight. It's not often that we have as many folks as we do in the room. And just so everyone is aware, a lot of us take notes on our computer. I for sure do. So if I'm not looking at you, I apologize. I'm just making sure I get notes so I get everybody. So for the woman who is here, I don't see her, but particularly the interpreter, I just want to make that clear. That's what was going on. And I just very quickly want to say to my friend, Ms. Felicidad, I love you. I'm still me. There's just a lot of people who think they know me better than I know me and who keep trying to say what I think and do. This job is really hard. We get boiled down into our 8, 9, 10 hour long meetings, which are just absurd. Get boiled down into maybe 30 seconds on TikTok. And it's really disheartening because every one of us up here ran because we love this city. And every one of us up here ran for the purpose of making the city better. And we hear a lot about how folks, they want us to work together. And for the most part, if you look at the voting records, we do work together. We just perhaps don't agree with the same side of view as a lot of people who sit in this room, and that's fine. We're not all going to agree. That's democracy. But as elevated throughout the public comment today, we have to do it with civility. And we have to remember that quality of life is at stake, because when we aren't able to get through agendas, when we're at 8 o'clock and we're still in special affairs on council response, it's because of all these appeals. It's because of all these things that are going on, because I think that sometimes we forget why we're here. And that's for the people. So I just want to say thank you guys for coming out tonight. I know this is a long night. We'll get through it.
Whatever. Anyway, that is going to wrap it up for me. This is Flint City Council. So as you have seen, it is thrills and chills. It will give you a little something to wet your whistle, to give you a little break from derail. But it's also, it's more nonsense. So I hope that you enjoy the stupidity. I'll bring some more of these videos so you can take a good laugh and pray for Flint, because I clearly need it.
Drums, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a great time tonight. We have truly enjoyed ourselves. We would like to thank you for being a part of the show and coming to visit this platform. Live on YouTube, Auntie Miracle